This commitment twice, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I think what the member from St. Boniface was asking was, where did this whole business about project labour agreements come from? And of course, we all know that it was the former progressive conservative government of Duff Robland who thought this was a good idea because it is a good idea. So when did this government decide that project labor agreements were the wrong way to go, and who made that decision?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation actually speaks to choice, that government will pick the best price, will pick the best contractor, and that will be based on, again, a criteria that's set up ahead of time. It does not pick the unionization status or non-unionized status of a company. It is solely based on best bidder.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Again, I want to be absolutely clear. I want to know where the policy was developed. Who?
The honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out to the member for St. Boniface that there was a time when there was politics in this province before he got elected. And maybe he should go back and do some research in newspapers. There was the forced unionization of contractors who were bidding on an urban project called the renovation of the floodway. And they were forced to pay union dues when they weren't unionized. And there was a lot of protests, and there was also from union shops as well. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a time before the member was here that politics was debated, and this was debated fully at that time.
The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Certainly this particular piece of legislation has been failed several times to get over the goal line, and it may get there this time. It's still the wrong legislation. But I really want to know, where does the minister believe that workers coming into these big construction projects now will get their training? Because presently they get it through the unions.
The honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, this is the typical NDP. They want to micromanage every company. They want to micromanage every worker. They want to micromanage everything. It is not government's role to tell companies how they should or shouldn't be training. We put projects out for tender. The best tender comes forward, and the expectation is that they will have trained employees.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
I am actually quite aware of the Red River floodway. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it came in well under budget and ahead of schedule. Does the minister have an example of a project labor agreement project that came in over budget and over schedule?
The honourable Minister for Infrastructure.
Well, thank you very much. And the member would also note that the reason why the renovation on the floodway project came in on budget was because a whole bunch of bridges were cut. In fact, the one bridge, which is over the floodway on 59 North, the reason why that bridge is being rebuilt is because it is far too low, and the member for Concordia should wait for his opportunity to ask questions. I would love to see him ask some questions, but the bridge, should we have ever had a substantive high water event, that bridge would have had to have been blown and put to the bottom of the floodway to allow the floodway to drain. Madam Speaker, that bridge was supposed to have been redone when the floodway was renovated. That's the reason why it came in on budget.
The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And once again, just to reiterate, there is no forced unionization with the project labor agreements. What there is training made available to workers, and this minister says it's not the government's responsibility to make sure workers are trained. That's how workers get killed, because this government is going to contract out to the lowest bidder. So can the minister, again, explain how workers on these projects are going to get the training they need to do the jobs that they're going to be expected to do?
The honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think today we've probably heard about all of the ugliness we can handle from the NDP, and what the member just said is downright ugly, is that lowest bidders mean that you're going to kill employees. I think that's ugly, and I would ask him to not use those kinds of words. That is inappropriate for him to say. The expectation is that all the workers are trained. There are inspectors on site to ensure that they are using the properly trained individuals to the job that they're doing, and to suggest that even a unionized shop, if they're the lowest bidder, they're going to kill their employees is shameful, and I think we've had enough of that kind of talk today in this chamber.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
I would point out to the minister that there were cases in Vancouver where there were public infrastructure projects where immigrant workers were being paid less than $3 an hour in the 2000s. I'm just wondering, because the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC, has a open contracting act. It has model legislation, and I know that when I look through many of the bills and proposals of this government's 100-day plan, there seemed to be a lot of this legislation that was crafted by a corporate legislation mill. I'm just wondering if that was an inspiration in any way for the PCs, or if they're just getting it from somebody in Alberta or Ontario.
The honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member for St. Boniface is constantly hanging out in the grassy knoll. And I would suggest to him that there were a lot of debates that were taking place when the floodway was being renovated. There was a lot of extra costs that non-unionized shops had to pay union dues. It added a lot onto the cost of the floodway. That's why 2 bridges were cut and had to be built afterwards. In fact, one of them that we're building right now. And that was the reason why those bridges were cut, and they were unsafe. It's important that those bridges be done. The one on Dugald was actually a hazard, and the government was shamed into doing it afterwards. But, Madam Speaker, this came out of the debate on the floodway.
The honourable member for Flin Flon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I really don't see much point in continuing to ask this minister questions to try and clarify what the purpose of this bill is, when we clearly know the purpose is just to attack unionized workers in this province. We clearly know that the purpose of this bill is just to contract things out to the lowest bidder possible, regardless of workplace health and safety, quality, and all the rest of it that project labor agreements have brought us in this province. So I really have no further questions of this minister.
The honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
And that's where the member's absolutely wrong. Again, he's wrong. Unionized shops can bid and can get these, and do get them, because they are competitive. This is all about putting out a very level playing field that anybody, union or non-union, can bid on these jobs. And yes, Mr. Speaker, union shops do win these, and they do get the jobs, as do non-union shops. And to have the member opposite say that somehow this cuts out the union shops is wrong, as he always is when he gets up and puts a question forward.
The honourable member for St. Boniface. Any more questions?
I know the Investors Group stadium was a total fiasco. We had to bail it out with $200 million in funds, that there were huge construction problems, cracks. Was that a project labor agreement?
The honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to the member opposite that maybe he should go and speak to the former Premier, Greg Salinger, who evidently put an awful lot of political pressure on that project. Maybe members opposite from the NDP, the member for Concordia, who was a senior ranking Gris Eminence member of that government. He should stand up and explain why it is that football stadium was such a disgrace. I was a critic at that time in the opposition. We had to shame the government into paying some of the sub-trades because they hadn't been paid yet, and they were going out and they're cashing in their RSP so they could still stay afloat. That fiasco, Mr. Speaker, is a direct correlation to the mismanagement of the NDP and Premier Greg Salinger.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
So was that incompetence rewarded with $200 million in taxpayer funds?
The honourable Minister for Infrastructure.
The member for St. Boniface is onto something. He's just 10 years late. It was the Greg Salinger government. That project was not done in the fullness that it should have been. It wasn't transparent. In fact, Mr. Speaker, nobody figured out that it snows in Winnipeg, and nobody figured out that the snow would melt. And then when it did snow and when it did melt and filled up all the change rooms and all the basements, then they discovered they hadn't actually engineered it properly. That stadium was a problem, and it was because it was a political stadium built by individuals in the NDP, including Greg Salinger and the member for Concordia, who mismanaged that project, and taxpayers have paid bitterly for that project. The member for St. Boniface is right, but he's asking the wrong people the question.
The honourable member for St. Boniface.
I'm through. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
No further questions? Now we'll go on to recognize the honourable member for Flin Flon for debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it gives me no pleasure to once again talk about this government's failures. It gives me no pleasure to once again talk about the ideological quagmire that this government is leading the province of Manitoba into. They've been trying to do away with project labor agreements since they first got elected in 2016. In 2016, it was a piece of legislation that, to the best of our knowledge, the construction industry as a whole didn't ask for. Working people didn't ask for. There may have been one contractor group that asked for it, perhaps one contractor group that has the ear of the Premier, but certainly the building trades groups that represent not just workers, but also contractors as well, didn't want this because they saw the benefit of this particular piece of legislation. Because it did make sure that workers coming to work on those large infrastructure projects got training. And this minister's complete abdication of a government responsibility to ensure that workers are properly trained is just so disgusting. I cannot tell you how disgusted and revolting I find that minister's comments when it comes to protecting workers in this province. For someone who has dealt with fatalities in a workplace, for someone who's fought for 20 years to make workplaces safer, to make sure we had regulations to protect workers, to hear this minister say that the government has no responsibility whatsoever to protect workers is just disgusting. Madam or Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the NDP government in British Columbia got elected, one of the things they did was reach out to us in Manitoba to see what we had in place for project labor agreements. And there was no specific legislation that said thou must. But ever since the days of Duff Roblin, a progressive conservative premier, back in the days when some conservatives actually were progressive, it was believed that the best way to go to ensure no labor interruptions, no strikes, to ensure that all workers were trained to the same level, to ensure that everybody knew exactly what they were bidding on, that this project labor agreement was the best way to go. And it continues to be the best way to go. The only reason this government wants to do away with it is this premier and his cabinet ministers' ideological drive to make sure that working people in Manitoba don't have jobs, because they want to make sure they contract jobs out to the lowest bidder. We've seen them do away with the provision to have apprentices on publicly funded projects because they do not want Manitobans getting ahead. Everything they've done since getting elected in 2016 has been to attack working people in this province. You know, I asked during the question part, I asked the minister, because he continues to spout the myth without facts that somebody was forced to join a union with a project labor agreement. Even his own colleague admitted on June 28, 2016, back in the days when we were first debating this legislation, and I quote, "There is no forced unionization in a project labor agreement," end quote. So I asked the minister which one was wrong, because clearly they both can't be right. And it wasn't really willingly that the then Minister of Infrastructure made those statements. But he's correct when he said that. There is no forced unionization. It's a PC myth. It's a right-wing myth. It's make-believe. Anybody working on a project with a project labor agreement in place didn't have to join a union, but they did have to help share the cost of training workers. And the way they did that was by paying dues into a central fund that covered training for their workers, so that their workers would be better prepared, not just to work on that project, but better prepared to work on projects going forward. So now with project labor agreements gone, who's left to do the training? Well, the minister has washed his hands of it, absolved his government from any responsibility for making sure workers are safe, trained. Will whatever contractor is bidding the lowest ensure that their workers are trained? Most assuredly not. There's a reason they're going to be the lowest bidder. It's not because they have the best trained, highly skilled workforce. The other thing that project labor agreements did was ensure there was provisions, particularly in northern infrastructure projects, that there was positions for Indigenous people. That's all gone now with this government as well. Because talk about another group of people that they disrespect. Workers and Indigenous peoples now need to come together as one voice to tell this government they're wrong. So, we've stopped project labor agreements. I can't remember now if it's twice or three times that this bill was one of our selected bills that got held up. Because it's wrong, because it's going to make workplaces less safe, because it's going to make workers less trained. But there's so many egregious pieces of legislation that this government has put forward this time that this is probably one of the lesser egregious pieces. And why do I say that, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Well, because what we've seen from this government is there's not likely to be any major infrastructure building projects in the next couple of years because they've underspent their infrastructure budget. They have no intention of building anything for the future. Their only desire is to cut everything. So can the province survive for a couple of years until we're back in power and start actually building things in this province? The conversation was, yes, we can live with this for a couple of years, simply because we know that this government isn't going to undertake any building projects. What better time would there be to invest in infrastructure projects than coming out of a pandemic when we need public injections into projects to create employment and lift the economy? But we don't see that happening with this government. So we chose not to freeze this bill this time, recognizing that there's worse pieces of legislation coming from this government that really need to be stopped. And 5 certainly wasn't enough to stop every bad thing that this government is trying to foist on the people of Manitoba. And again, I must end my comments with how disgusted I am with this Minister of Infrastructure washing his hands of protecting workers in this province and saying it's somebody else, not me. Disgusting. Thank you.
The member for St. Boniface.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, this is a truly terrible and unnecessary bill. The statements that have been made about it, defending it or saying why it's good, are a fiction. It's right here in the press release. It says we're committing to ending the practice that workers need to become union members. That never happened. So why we're talking about a completely false premise. This was brought in by Duff Roblin, a progressive conservative premier, who every single day when he walked into his office said, I am the premier for all Manitobans. And he did it not just to protect workers, but to protect citizens of Manitoba, so that when you were building a major project, it wasn't built poorly. So you didn't have fly-by-night contractors, which are out there and which exist, who will mistreat their employees, who have people who aren't properly trained. So you don't end up having concrete or cement that's the quality of oatmeal. And so you don't have bridges that fall down or roads that wear away. It's about safety. It's about public safety. This is about much, much more. It's about worker safety. It's about paying people properly, and it's about public safety. If you're willing to put the proper, invest in people and make sure that they can do quality work that lasts, you will keep people safer. This undermines all of that. And the government can complain about me being some kind of conspiracy theorist. It doesn't take a conspiracy theorist to see how obvious it is that this government is running exactly the same bills and exactly the same talking points as other conservative governments, whether it's Alberta or Saskatchewan or Ontario, and the policies are absolutely identical, and so are the talking points. It's absurd to suggest that there isn't some connection in terms of this, but this is not a bill that's about freedom. It's not about equality. It's not about competition. Here, I have a sheet here, which has from the 1994 Source Book of American State Legislation. It's called the Open Contracting Act, that prohibits public agencies from imposing labor requirements as a condition for performing public works. It's from the American Legislative Exchange Council. There are Canadian members as well. The entire conservative movement in Canada, or largely, has been inspired by this. It's just a copycat of failed legislation from the U.S. That's what's even worse about it. These are ideas that have been tried elsewhere 10, 15, 20 years ago, and they didn't work. It's dangerous. And look, I've had friends and family who worked on dangerous work sites. I had a friend who nearly lost his thumb when it was sawed off in a non-union work site. My father worked shoveling out smelters in Flin Flon, and he died at the age of 65 from cancer, and so did every single person he worked with. They all died young of cancer because they were working in a hazardous workplace and nobody protected them. The fact is, this government has a long-standing policy and tradition of trying to sell out Manitoba's workers for cheap. That's the strategy. If we're going to undermine, we're just going to say, well, look, you know what? We're the cheapest labor you've got. They're willing to sacrifice labor for a little bit of profit. And this is not free market. It's not conservative. It's not progressive. It's not good for the economy. It's a giveaway. But what's being given away is people's rights to negotiate a fair wage, which is a fundamental right and the most important right that people have. The ability to actually negotiate what the value of your work is. And in doing this, as we head out of a pandemic, when people are going to be desperate for work, when people will be even more eager and more desperate to pay their bills, is absolutely appalling. Do we really need to be paying people less when there are people in Manitoba who haven't had a raise in 30 or 40 years? when half of Manitoba families are within $200 a month of going broke. It's absolutely irresponsible. But, and again, I mean, maybe the Conservatives are think themselves as being pro-business or being pro-help, but this is succumbing to a cartel. Like Adam Smith, who's supposed to be the father of capitalism, he said, one of the worst things you have is cartels, because it's as soon as you get a whole bunch of business people together, they'll conspire to raise prices, and they will conspire against workers. Because the same Adam Smith said, when regulation is in favor of workmen, it is always just and equitable. I'll say that again. This is Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. When the regulation is in favor of the workman, it is always just and equitable. But it is sometimes otherwise when in favor of the masters. And he goes on to say, when wages are high, accordingly, we shall always find the workmen more active, diligent, and expeditious than when they are low. This is a bad bill. This takes us back decades. I know the minister wants to talk about politics happening before I entered politics. I know that. Project labor agreements have been around, I believe, since before I was born. There is no justification whatsoever for getting rid of them. None. It's bad for workers. It's bad for the economy. It's bad for taxpayers. It's bad for the public. We don't just serve taxpayers. The word taxpayer does not occur in the Constitution. We are citizens, and we have obligations to citizens and not just taxpayers and industry groups. If we're truly concerned about the interests of all Manitobans, we should not be supporting this bill. That's all. Thank you.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 13, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable official opposition House Leader.
Joe? Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been called. Call in the members. The bells have been turned off. We will proceed with the vote. The question before the House is the second reading of Bill number 13, the Public Sector Construction Projects Tendering Act. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Mr. Pallister.
Honorable Mr. Pallister.
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Honorable Mr. Fielding.
Honorable Mr. Fielding.
Honorable Mr. Schuler.
Honorable Mr. Schuler.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Honorable Mrs. Cox.
Honorable Mrs. Cox.
Honorable Mr. Eichler.
Honorable Mr. Eichler.
Honorable Ms. Gordon.
Honorable Ms. Gordon.
Honorable Mr. Owasco.
Honorable Mr. Owasco.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
Honorable Mr. Howler.
Honorable Mr. Helwer.
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Micklefield.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Please go ahead.
Ms. Fontaine.
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Weeb.
Mr. Weeb.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Emily Asaguara.
Emily Asaguara.
Mr. Bushy.
Mr. Bushy.
Ms. Naylor.
Ms. Naylor.
Mr. Moses.
Mr. Moses.
Mr. Sandhu.
Mr. Sandhu.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order. To participate, please say I vote yes or I vote no. Will the page please conduct the vote?
Mr. Altamare.
I vote no.
Mr. Altamare votes no.
Mr. Brar.
I vote no.
Mr. Brar votes no.
Honorable Ms. Clark.
I vote yes.
Honorable Ms. Clark votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes no.
Mr. Ginter.
I vote yes.
Mr. Ginter votes yes.
Mr. Eastleifson.
I vote yes.
Mr. Isleifson votes yes.
Mr. Johnston Assiniboia.
I vote yes.
Mr. Johnston Assiniboia votes yes.
Mr. Legacy.
I vote yes.
Mr. Lagacé votes yes.
Mr. Lajmodier.
I vote yes.
Mr. Lajmodier votes yes.
Mr. Lamont.
I vote no.
Mr. Lamont votes no.
Ms. Lamoureux.
I vote no.
Ms. Lamoureux votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote no.
Ms. Laughlin votes no.
Mr. Lindsay.
I vote no.
Mr. Lindsay votes no.
Mr. Malloway.
I vote no.
Mr. Malloway votes no.
Ms. Marcelino.
I vote no.
Ms. Marcelino votes no.
Mr. Mikuleski.
I vote yes.
Mr. Mikuleski votes yes.
Ms. Morley-LeConte.
I vote yes.
Ms. Morley-LeConte votes yes.
Mr. Nesbitt.
I vote yes.
Mr. Nesbitt votes yes.
Mr. Panyuk.
I vote yes.
Mr. Panyuk votes yes.
Mr. Reyes.
I vote yes.
Mr. Reyes votes yes.
Mr. Sala.
I vote no.
Mr. Sala votes no.
Mr. Smith-Lajmodier.
I vote yes.
Mr. Smith-Lajmodier votes yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas.
I vote no.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes no.
Mr. Teitzma.
I vote yes.
Mr. Teitzma votes yes.
Mr. Vasiliev.
I vote no.
Mr. Vasiliev votes no.
Mr. Wishart.
I vote yes.
Mr. Wishart votes yes.
Mr. Wochuk.
I vote yes.
Mr. Wochuk votes yes.
Perfect again. Well done.
Yeas 33, nays 20.
I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to the next bill, Bill number 38, the Honorable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Minister of Crown Services, that Bill 38, the Building and Electrical Permitting Improvement Act, various acts amended, and Permit Dispute Resolution Act enacted. Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor has been advised of this bill, and I table the message.
It has been moved by the Minister of Municipal Relations, seconded by the Minister of Crown Services, that Bill number 38 be now read a second time and referred to a committee of this House. Oh, sorry, yes. Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor Administrator has been advised of the bill and the message has been tabled. The Honorable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to provide some comments on Bill 38. Madam Speaker, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, Bill 38 introduces the Building and Electrical Permitting Improvement Act that was previously introduced in the last session. Over the past year, department officials, the previous minister, and I have had the opportunity to meet with municipal and industry stakeholders to explain the purpose of the legislation and to receive input. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the numerous stakeholders and Manitobans who participated in consultations, information sessions, and webinars on the proposed changes. This bill will ensure municipal governments make timely and transparent decisions on private sector capital investment opportunities in their communities. In its review of planning, zoning, and permitting in Manitoba, Treasury Board Secretariat found that for every day, I repeat, every day that Manitoba can reduce unnecessary permitting delays, the Manitoba GDP would grow by $17 million every day, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Municipal tax-based revenues would grow by $400,000 every day, and provincial tax revenues would grow by $1.7 million every day. After extensive consultation and research, and in the interest of transparency and accountability, the Treasury Board Secretariat's recommendations were proactively released to the public on June 11th, 2019. These recommendations include implementing enforceable timelines for permitting applications, creating an appeal process to hear appeals for permitting decisions, as well as other measures to make inspections more consistent across the province. Bill 38 implements these key recommendations by establishing avenues for technical appeals and service standards. Bill 38 establishes a new Permit Dispute Resolution Act and makes a variety of amendments to the Building and Mobile Homes Act and the Manitoba Hydro Act that will create a process to hear appeals of permitting decisions and orders related to building and electrical codes, as well as allow for the establishment of service standards for permitting authorities in Manitoba. This will bring Manitoba in line with other Canadian jurisdictions which already offer technical appeal mechanisms on code issues. This means that the permit applicants and building owners aggrieved by code compliance decisions of building and electrical permitting authorities will have the ability to appeal to a technical adjudicator. Adjudicators' decisions will be made publicly available to serve as guidance to code users and enforcement bodies following the best practices from other Canadian jurisdictions. These proposed changes will ensure greater consistency, transparency, and accountability of appeals across the province. This bill will allow for the adoption of service standards that will require building and electrical permitting authorities to process permit applications within timeframes established by regulation. This is similar to neighboring provinces' approach, where building permits must be processed within 10 to 30 days, depending on the complexity of the building. Additionally, this bill will require that Manitoba adopt future versions of the National Model Construction Codes within a fixed time frame to improve harmonization with other jurisdictions to ensure Manitoba meets commitments under the Canada Free Trade Agreement. Administrative updates will allow for the removal of recreational vehicles requirements from the Building and Mobile Homes Act to be added to the more appropriate legislation in line with other jurisdictions, as well as create a director under the Act for more efficient and user-friendly administration of provincial building permitting requirements. Again, this will help modernize Manitoba's legislation and bring Manitoba in line with other Canadian jurisdictions. The bill will also ensure that there is only one electrical code for Manitoba, ensuring consistent code application between the City of Winnipeg and the rest of the province. This means that Manitoba will no longer be the only Canadian jurisdiction with more than one electrical code. Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the numerous stakeholders and Manitobans who participated in consultations, information sessions, and webinars on the proposed legislation. I'm confident that Bill 38 will enhance economic growth and ensure Manitoba remains competitive and attractive for business and job growth. Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members. And no questions or answers shall exceed 45 seconds. The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As the Minister identified, this is a bill that has come now to the Legislature under a couple of different numbers and a couple of times. In that time, I know there was some concern about how it was the bill, the genesis of the bill, but since then, I'm just wondering, has the Minister undertaken a consultation with the City of Winnipeg, and can he detail the outcome of that consultation?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. We are the government about consultations over here. The previous government, whether it's AMM amalgamations in the midst of their, the night before their AGM, they forced amalgamation on the AMM, and then they stood in this very legislature and called them hauling coyotes.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface, does he have any question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Can the minister just say what are the other jurisdictions that are following this legislation is modeled on?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, and that is a great question. Every single jurisdiction in Canada, with the exception of Manitoba, has a unified electrical code. So this is just about unifying it across the province and making it easier for trades to move from one jurisdiction to the other, and to have a unified code would benefit all Manitobans.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it would be laughable if it wasn't such a serious issue. when the minister who is bringing this bill forward, coupled with Bill 37, and is getting absolutely slammed by the AMM, who's asking, why isn't he listening? Why isn't this government listening to their municipal partners? Why can't this government work with others? And when it comes to the city of Winnipeg, again, this was brought in a controversial way. I was giving the minister an opportunity, an olive branch, to say, tell us how you've mended those fences, that you've actually reached out to the city of Winnipeg. You've actually started to work with them. Can the minister just give us something? What has he done to alleviate some of the concerns from the city of Winnipeg with regard to this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. And first off, I want to thank all the mayors, reeves, councillors. They're the grassroots. I want to thank them for bringing their voice forward, whether it's their constituents, whether they bring it forward to me personally or through AMM. I want to thank them for their work. And this creates a regional code, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, and the importance of that is obviously not understood by the opposition. This is very important for efficiency, transparency, and accountability to Manitoba taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Yeah, just in terms of consultations, I know that the Treasury Board document suggested there were only about 50 individuals or around 50 individuals. Were there consultations with municipalities or with the City of Winnipeg about this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. The province of Manitoba formed the provincial working group to advise the government on the proposed legislative changes. Manitoba looks forward to ongoing dialogue with stakeholders on the regulations that will support the proposed changes.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Well, frankly, it's shameful, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the minister hasn't tried, in his position as a new minister coming to the portfolio, to reach out and try to deal with some of these concerns. The other concerns that, of course, we have is with regards to exactly who these commissioners are that will be sitting on the appeal board. Maybe the minister can tell us, who has he spoken to about these appointments? Have there been any discussions about who those commissioners would be? Give us any information about the composition of the appeals board.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
The Manitoba government is committed to reducing the number of agency boards and commissions. Creating an independent adjudicator role provides similarly effective third-party technical appeal process, while focusing on technical facts that don't require a full board to oversee.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Yeah, have there been any reports from the provincial working group? I know that they'd been tasked with making recommendations around the municipal, the changes around the municipal and development, but I don't know that, has there ever been a release or a report of their recommendations after they've met?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
So previously, previously the Treasury Board Secretariat consulted with many individuals in developing these recommendations. These individuals represent developers of all sizes, including residential, commercial, and infill, subject matter experts, large corporations, construction, hospitality, manufacturing, food processing, and agribusiness industries, the Winnipeg Metropolitan Region, Economic Development Winnipeg, engineering firms, Trade and Professional Association, Construction and Home Builders Association, cottagers, project management consultants, current and former City of Winnipeg executives.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Well, I think I heard the Minister of Finance say former city councillors. Maybe that's as far as the consultation went. Maybe he could detail exactly who at the City of Winnipeg the minister has in fact met with. This is a serious matter, though, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With regard to commissioners, I would like some information. I'd appreciate if the minister would focus up, give us some information, because there are very broad powers that are being given to these commissioners because they cannot be removed except for cause. Can the minister name any other agency or board where this is the case? And if not, why is he giving such extraordinary powers to these specific commissioners?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Yeah, thank you. The member asked in the first half of his question, I guess there's kind of two there, who the people were that were on the provincial working group. So I will list them, and they will serve as an advisory capacity. So the members were Dr. Bob Murray. He was the consultant and president of Grand Prairie Regional College. Susan Thompson, community leader, entrepreneur, politician, diplomat, chief operating officer, private pension partner. Don Struber, executive chair of Bison Transport. Martin McGarry, president and CEO of Cushman and Wakefield Stevenson. I will continue the list in my next answer.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you. Yeah, I am aware of the members of that group. What I'm wondering is whether there was any report generated by them, whether they made any actual recommendations.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
So just to give a fulsome answer here, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, Martin Gary, President and CEO of Cushman and Wakefield Stephenson. Michael Jack, Chief Corporate Services Officer of the City of Winnipeg. Lauren Bell, Chair of the Treaty Land Entitlement Implementation Monitoring Committee. Dr. Ann Trimby, President of the University of Winnipeg. John Winthrop, Planner of Richard Winthrop and Associates. I will continue this list on my next question, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Concordia.
And for the record, the minister can't even fill up 45 seconds with his names. This is as I said, a serious matter, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I do think that the minister needs to take this seriously. I think he needs to answer questions in this question period, because this is the time for Manitobans to get a better sense of what he is trying to do with this particular appeals board. Now, again, the commissioners, they cannot be removed except for cause. The minister is giving them extraordinary powers that are not given to any other board. And they're not, the decisions of this board are not appealable beyond their decision. So, I mean, these are exceptional powers, and I think the people of Manitoba want to know, who are these commissioners going to be, and why is he giving them so much power that is so outside of the realm of other people in their position?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
So I just want to understand this correctly. So he's wanting the appeal to be able to be appealed, but he doesn't want the appeal process there to start off with if he's opposed to Bill 38. That's a little confusing, because right now people don't have anywhere to appeal. This bill will bring equity and a place to appeal if somebody feels that they are unfairly treated in the process.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Yeah, I still, again, I don't, at this point, I don't actually expect an answer to where any report from that group is. However, one of the questions is that, look, we're dealing with delays. I mean, we're talking about the delays around permitting, but there have also been enormous delays because of cuts to hydro, for example. It was starting to take months for people to be hooked up with their power. This government is going to undercut apprenticeships. Has any thought been given to the fact that the cost of those delays? When we're talking about the delays, if people can't actually get any of their, if the people can't find workers to hook up their permitted electricity, does the minister see that there's an issue here? That
the member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
Yes, depending on the complexity of the permit, this actually brings in timelines where they have to address the permit. And depending on the complexity, it could be 10 to 30 days. But Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, every single day in Manitoba that we experience permitting delays, it costs Manitobans and municipalities, including the City of Winnipeg. The provincial GDP would grow by $17 million every day. Municipal tax base would grow by $400,000 every day. Provincial revenues would grow by $1.7 million every day. Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, this is money that could go towards very important things in municipal.
The minister's time has expired. The honourable member for Concordia.
Well, you know, it's unfortunate the minister doesn't understand, but I mean, this is a concern. That Section 12 of the Act, which, you know, it has to do with this, this subject to appeal and any kind of appeal mechanism. What this does is this is actually could bring about an interesting situation between jurisdiction and the law. We have serious concerns because these may not be legal, and so I guess I'm trying to find out what legal advice did the minister get with regards to this, and did the minister reach out to the AMM, to other jurisdictions, find out if there was some other dispute resolution mechanism that could have been created with local municipalities at the local level.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
So the 17 years that they were in government, they haven't come up with a solution to fix this. I have spoken with AMM, I have spoken with Mayor Bowman, and under our many, many conversations, not once did they bring up Bill 38.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Yes. One of the people who was in the Treasury Board report was a developer named Andrew Marquez. He was a subject of an audit in which there was an RCMP investigation, and one of his clients is Richard Winthrop. Exactly why did this minister or why did this government think it was a good idea to have a client of Andrew Marquez and be relying on Andrew Marquez, a developer who was once fined $100,000 by Jeff Brawadi for putting a building where their park was supposed to be? I have to ask why he was considered to be a credible person, a credible stakeholder in preparing this bill.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Relations.
I really find it odd that the Liberal leader in this province keeps bashing people. I don't know how he continually takes his frustrations out on members of public that are trying to better our province. I don't know, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. This has been great debate. I'm looking forward to debate. This was a great question period. Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker.
Time for questions has expired. The floor is open for debate. The Honourable Member for Concordia.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And you know, the enthusiasm on this side of the House is palatable. It's incredible in here how jazzed up this side of the House is to stand against Bill 38 this evening.
Yes.
Well, I know the minister for, or the member for Steinbach is jazzed up because he knows just how bad this bill is, and this coupled with Bill 37 is a perfect representation of the lack of democracy and the lack of any kind of collaboration with local municipal leaders and local elected officials that this government continues in its actions across the province, and that's across all all segments. That could be at the municipal level, as I said, where this bill speaks to, because the genesis of this bill was a political attack, and there was an opportunity, or there was a willingness on the part of the Premier to try to score some political points with the mayor of Winnipeg. This was during one of their many spats, and I can't even. I was trying to figure out which one this was. Because if you go back over the last 3-4 years, there's been many. But this one came out of a particular spat where the premier said, well, listen, you know what, there's an issue that needs to be resolved. Should I sit down with the mayor? Should I sit down with councillors? Should I sit down with administration officials? Should I sit down with any municipal leaders around the province and actually try to make things better? No, I will instead have a political process, run out a Treasury board, and really do no consultation. Not reach out to anybody, not seek out the advice of any experts, not seek out the advice of anyone who is working at the ground level to try and make things better. Because this is something that Manitobans want to see improved. They want to see the process run smoother, but they don't want a government who simply says, well, we can't work with others, so we're going to take all the power for ourselves. We're going to make the decision at the cabinet table and Treasury board, and we won't listen to anyone else. Now, I did give the minister the benefit of the doubt, and maybe I'm ever an optimist, and maybe that was my mistake. I do think that the minister hopefully came into this position, in an honest way, wanted to, really give it a good chance to make things better. But when he was handed this piece of legislation from the member for Seine River, Riel, thank you. When he was given this piece of legislation from the member for Riel, did he say, wait a minute, we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to actually rework this and make it better? No, he did not. We, as the opposition, while we stood up, we held up this bill along with many others in the last sitting of the legislature to give them the kind of time that they needed to go back to the drawing board. And I gave that minister, as I said, the benefit of the doubt that he would stand up to the member for Riel, but he did not. He did not. I don't know, maybe he's on the leadership team for that particular member. I know there's a hot membership selling exercise going on over there. People are picking teams and picking sides. That could be the case. But what he should have done instead is he should have picked up the phone with the mayor, and he should have had that discussion with the mayor and said, look, the member had it wrong. The member who stood with the premier, who undertook this political exercise, had it wrong. And we're going to start from scratch, and we're going to work together. We're going to sit down and figure out how we can make this better. That's what the member and the minister should have done, but he did not, in fact. This legislation is bad in many ways, but as I said, probably the worst part of it is that it, coupled with Bill 37, represents that break from working with municipal partners that I think, all legislators want to go around and say that it's a priority for them. But when the rubber meets the road, we see what happens. There are examples and there are opportunities in other jurisdictions to work with municipal leaders to actually develop a system that allows them to have a say, that allows the people that live there to have a say through their elected representatives. And this bill takes all of that. It takes it away and it gives it to the minister. Again, according to Section 12 of this Act, we do believe that there is potential for a legal challenge. And I think that's something that the minister didn't address in the question period. It might be something that comes up in committee, and I do think that's something that he should take very seriously. But other jurisdictions, they've had that collaborative approach. Like a local municipality, for instance, they could be encouraged to develop a citizens committee, other elected officials be a part of some kind of appeal, and that would be an option that many municipalities might want to go down. It also gives, as I said earlier, the commissioners themselves unprecedented power that is so far-reaching and so overreaching that it really has no precedence that we could find with any other appeal body, and that the commissioner themselves cannot be removed for any reason other than just cause is a very concerning thing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think there's something that the minister needs to look at there. This entire process has been adversarial from the beginning. And again, that just speaks to where this government comes to their relationship with other levels of government. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the, I'm not going to be putting a Brian Bowman sign on my lawn. Well, I guess not running again, so I guess I wouldn't have the opportunity if I wanted to. But what I will say is that if a municipal leader of any stripe, and I'll say this as somebody who has gone around the province, talked to a lot of different councillors, a lot of different reeves and mayors, and really reached out across the province. I tell them this right from the beginning, politics is politics, but when it comes to getting something done and actually making something better, in my mind, that is always the number one priority, and we shouldn't let a political process get in the way. But what instead we saw here was, this inside Treasury Board. I'm not sure who was there at the time. I'm not going to, start naming names, but it's a political process. Everybody knows that, and there's no question about that. They had the opportunity to actually do this, but everybody knows that this was a political review. It didn't happen that there was no consultation with the mayor before this legislation was drafted. If the minister is saying that he sat down with the mayor since, I'd love to see the transcript of that conversation. Was it a perfect phone call? The member for Steinbach says it's a perfect phone call, absolutely perfect. It's huge, or whatever he wants to say. But you know what? I can tell you that I'd love to hear what the mayor of Winnipeg had to say to this member. And he probably said, listen, you might be on the leadership team of a different candidate, but it's time to actually get something done with municipalities, to actually sit down with municipalities and work with them to actually make things better across Manitoba. And, again, if you want to pick a fight with the mayor of Winnipeg, with the city of Winnipeg, that's fine, but never should it get in the way of actually getting something done and something improved. I do think this bill, Bill 38, along with Bill 37, have certainly garnered a lot of attention from local municipal leaders and from folks at the City of Winnipeg. I do hope that we have a robust committee hearing and an opportunity to hear from all of those folks. And again, if the minister is, again, ever the optimist, if the minister wants to restart, to reset the stage here, and actually wants to work with these municipal partners, I invite him to do that. I'll sit down with him as the critic in a collegial way to actually work on these issues, to actually get something passed. I don't think this needs to be a political issue, but when you start the process in the political Treasury Board, when you make it a political issue in the media, before legislators even have an opportunity to debate and to discuss and to make decisions about this, I think that speaks to where this was created. It speaks to the intent behind it, and it speaks to this government who doesn't like democracy and doesn't want to hear from the people of Manitoba or work with others. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Look, there have been some very serious problems with the bills that have come out of that Treasury Board report. They're largely about basically corner cutting. Like that report itself was deeply problematic in a number of ways. The fact is, it only talked to about 50 people. The fact that it talked to cottagers, it was talking to cottagers about issues, especially about issues related to the City of Winnipeg, problem with the City of Winnipeg's electrical permitting department was a little odd. But some of the math just doesn't add up. And even the claim that the idea that we have 17 million of GDP losses per day, which implies annual losses of 300 million. So that implies the development value would increase by about 17% per year. If that actually happened, Winnipeg would double in physical size in 5 years. The math just doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense. The idea that there's just one big permit and that every day we hold it back is a problem. It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying there weren't problems at the City of Winnipeg. There were enormous problems at the City of Winnipeg. But one of the problems at the City of Winnipeg was not that things were being held up too much. It's that fire halls were being built on land the city didn't own, that the police headquarters the contractor of the police headquarters went to a company that didn't bid on it, and then went over $80 million over budget. It was going to have a firing range on the roof that had to be canceled. that there were extensive audits, 3 separate audits, where there were recommendations by the RCMP that there should be criminal charges, and they were turned down. And none of that has ever come under adequate scrutiny. Instead, the problem is still supposed to be that things are too hard to get done, when it was certainly pretty easy to build a fire hall on land the city of Winnipeg didn't own. And the fact is that one of the developers who was involved and was subject to an audit was Andrew Marquez. And he is involved, he was quoted in the Treasury Board report, and he is a client of the people on the working group. This is deeply problematic. And look, and this is not even a partisan issue, because at one point, Mr. Marquez built a building in a place that was supposed to be a park, and he was fined $100,000 by a conservative councillor for the city of Winnipeg. We're not going to be better off by just by eliminating checks and balances, by eliminating basic stops to make sure that things are done properly in this province, because that is not what the problem in this province is. It's not too much red tape. It's that there's too much red tape for some, and other people get to do whatever they want without any consequences, ever. That's been the problem. And the fact that this is just going to take away a whole bunch of power, sometimes from elected officials, and where there is oversight and there is accountability, is profound. I mean, this is a bill about wiring and permitting, it still somehow manages to undermine democracy, because the most important thing for democracy is accountability. If we can't, and there is a pattern on the part of this government with this bill and others to undermine elected officials, to have decisions made by appointed people instead, and to deny not just accountability in terms of politics, but accountability in terms of the courts, and deny people access to appeals. These are all undermining fundamental aspects of the way society is supposed to work in very negative ways, even though this is about electrical planning and permitting. I'll add one other statement. When we talk about the delays that have happened, we were getting complaints from people across Manitoba, Morden, Winkler, elsewhere, that people couldn't get their businesses hooked up within 30 days. And the reason, or 30 or 60 or 90 days, and the reason was not delays in permits. They had the permits. It's because the cuts to hydro by this government were so bad that there were no line workers to hook people up. And the same, and there have been additional problems like that. The fact is that when you start, there are real consequences to cutting through, to cutting corners and cutting through checks and balances. And this is part of what what this bill does. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the chair, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 38, the Building and Electrical Permitting Improvement Act, various acts amended, and Permit Distribution Resolution Act enacted. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed?
Agreed. Agreed.
I hear no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader?
A recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote having been called, call in the members. The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 38, the Building and Electrical Permitting Improvement Act, various acts amended, and Permit Dispute Resolution Act enacted. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Mr. Pallister.
Honorable Mr. Pallister.
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mr. Gertson.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Honorable Mrs. Stephenson.
Honorable Mr. Fielding.
Honorable Mr. Fielding.
Honorable Mr. Schuler.
Honorable Mr. Schuler.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Peterson.
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Friesen.
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Mr. Cullen.
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Ms. Squires.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Honorable Mr. Johnson, Interlake Gimli.
Honorable Mrs. Cox.
Honorable Mrs. Cox.
Honorable Mr. Eichler.
Honorable Mr. Eichler.
Honorable Ms. Gordon.
Honorable Ms. Gordon.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko.
Honorable Mr. Iwasko.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
Honorable Mrs. Guimard.
Honorable Mr. Helwer.
Honorable Mr. Helwer.
Mr. Micklefield.
Mr. Micklefield.
All those in chamber opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Canoe.
Mr. Canoe.
Ms. Fontaine.
Ms. Fontaine.
Mr. Weeb.
Mr. Weed.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
MLA Azagwara.
MLA Asagwara.
Mr. Bushy.
Mr. Bushy.
Ms. Naylor.
Ms. Naylor.
Mr. Moses.
Mr. Moses.
Mr. Sandy.
Mr. Sandu.
We will now proceed with the members participating virtually in alphabetical order, with each member to clearly identify with I vote yes or I vote no. Would the page please conduct that vote?
Mr. Altamare.
I vote no.
Mr. Altamare votes no.
Mr. Brar.
I vote no.
Mr. Brar votes no.
Honorable Ms. Clark.
I vote yes. Honorable Ms. Clark votes yes.
Honorable Mr. Gerard.
I vote no.
Honorable Mr. Gerard votes no.
Mr. Günther.
I vote yes.
Mr. Ginter votes yes.
Mr. Islifson.
I vote yes.
Mr. Islifson votes yes.
Mr. Johnston Assiniboia.
I vote yes.
Mr. Johnson Assiniboia votes yes.
Mr. Lagasse.
I vote yes.
Mr. Lagasse votes yes.
Mr. Lachimodier.
I vote yes.
Mr. Lachimodier votes yes.
Mr. Lamont.
I vote no.
Mr. Lamont votes no.
Ms. Lamoureux.
I vote no. Ms. Lamoureux votes no.
Ms. Laughlin.
I vote no. Ms. Laughlin votes no.
Mr. Lindsay.
I vote no.
Mr. Lindsay votes no.
Mr. Malloway.
I vote no.
Mr. Malloway votes no.
Ms. Marcelino.
I vote no. Ms. Marcelino votes no.
Mr. Martin.
I vote yes.
Mr. Martin votes yes.
Mr. Mikuletsky.
I vote yes.
Mr. Mikuletsky votes yes.
Ms. Morley Lecomte.
I vote yes. Ms. Morley Lecomte votes yes.
Mr. Nesbitt.
I vote yes.
Mr. Nesbitt votes yes.
Mr. Panouk.
I vote yes.
Mr. Panouk votes yes.
Mr. Reyes.
I vote yes.
Mr. Reyes votes yes.
Mr. Sala.
I vote no.
Mr. Sala votes no.
Mr. Smith Lachimodier.
I vote yes.
Mr. Smith Lachimodier votes yes.
Mrs. Smith Point Douglas.
I vote no. Mrs. Smith Point Douglas votes no.
Mr. Smook.
I vote yes.
Mr. Smook votes yes.
Mr. Teitzma.
I vote yes.
Mr. Teitzma votes yes.
Mr. Vasily.
I vote no.
Mr. Vasily votes no.
Mr. Wishart.
I vote yes.
Mr. Wishart votes yes.
Mr. Wochuk.
I vote yes.
Mr. Wochuk votes yes.
Great job.
Yeas 35, nays 21.
The motion is accordingly passed. I will now call Bill number 60, the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. and recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice to move and speak to the second reading motion. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Families, that Bill number 60, the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act 2, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Families, that Bill number 60, the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act 2, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mindful that we have 36 more bills to go this evening, I will keep these comments brief. And I see I have the Leader of the Opposition cheering for that, so finally some consensus across the aisle. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to rise and put brief comments on the record in respect of the second reading of Bill 60, the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act 2. As my colleagues in the House are aware, liquor and cannabis products carry risks for those who choose to consume. Moreover, there is always a risk that these products may end up in the hands of minors or young people in our province. I remember from my days when I was finance minister and cannabis was coming into legalization in this country, and my advice and the advice of our government to the federal government was to make sure you do this well, because we get one shot at legalization, and there was in retrospect many things that were hurried and rushed, and we are now living with some of the headache of those that federal rush job. But the focus of our government has continued to be on the health and safety of Manitobans when it comes to the legalization of cannabis, and always in liquor control. Bill 60 strengthens our regulatory framework for the sale and delivery of liquor and cannabis here in Manitoba. It continues to ensure that Manitobans have enhanced customer options when purchasing these options. Bill 60 makes a few important changes. First of all, it amends the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Act. It establishes a new license category, and that license category would allow third-party companies to deliver liquor and cannabis on behalf of existing liquor retailers, service licensees, such as restaurants and lounges, and retail cannabis stores. So more and more Manitobans are looking to purchase goods and services online or remotely, and liquor and cannabis products are no exception. Especially during a pandemic, there has of course been a shift in the way consumers are behaving. Many people now at home, many people working from home, getting deliveries to the home, and of course liquor and cannabis are among those deliveries. It's been even more, of course, like I say, this year because of the pandemic. And our government has been responsive to these shifts in consumer preferences. Recently, Madam Speaker, you'll remember that we did implement legislative changes authorizing delivery of liquor by licensed dining room and lounges, the first time in this province, as well as establishing an open market for cannabis retail stores. Hospitality industry stakeholders have told us that delivery is anticipated to grow well beyond the pandemic. We agree. Bill 60 will strengthen the LGCA authority of Manitoba's capacity to provide effective regulatory oversight of these deliveries. So by allowing a new license for third-party delivery, the LGCA will have the tools to ensure liquor and cannabis are delivered in a responsible way. And that ensures companies adhere to the existing prohibitions on delivery to minors or young persons and to intoxicated persons. And let me also say, Madam Speaker, some people will be saying, well, I thought that you could now deliver liquor already to the home. You could use a third-party delivery. You could get a store to deliver. And the answer is, yes, you can. The issue is not on the mechanism to allow delivery. The issue now is that right now it is the licensee who has the liability. We spoke earlier this evening on Bill 50 about liability and limitations, but in this case, this has to do with shifting the liability, the obligation. So right now, now, if I would just use an example, if you would phone a Skip the Dishes or a Just Eats or Uber Eats, and you would have a delivery of food and liquor to your place, and there was a 14-year-old there who had ordered this liquor and it wasn't supposed to be, actually the liability right now rests with the restaurant from which the food was sourced, and not with the third-party delivery agency. And so that is exactly what we need to change in this province. We have to make sure that the system is fair and not rigged against those who are making the food. They have no control over the behavior of the driver. They can't properly assess if that delivery was done appropriately if that's not an employee. And so we need to tidy this up. And we know that the LGCA is the one to be able to do this, to be able to regulate this, and to be able to carry this obligation. The second part of this bill allows the LGCA to hire minors. Minors, M-I-N-O-R-S, minors, individuals under the age of 18, and young persons, or individuals under 19 for the purpose of possessing cannabis. The minors would attempt to purchase regulated products like liquor and cannabis in order to allow the LGCA to monitor a licensee's compliance with prohibitions for underage sales. So I know that's strange to people. They say, well, why would you be hiring someone who is 16? And maybe even our pages tonight would be interested in saying, why would the Minister of Justice be looking to hire 16-year-olds to try to get liquor delivered to them so that an LGCA agent can jump out and say, aha. Well, actually, Madam Speaker, it's important. It is important as a mechanism to be able to test compliance. In other provinces, there are these provisions in place to allow for the hiring of minors, not under 16, 16 and up, the legislation makes clear, but to allow the inspectors right now, the inspectors themselves can only observe the sale of liquor or cannabis to a minor and then to be able to lay a charge. But that's not a good way to test for compliance. I do want to say safety is paramount when it comes to hiring young people, always under the supervision of an LGCA inspector or agent, always having taken the courses that would be necessary for them to be safe, and this same mechanism is used in other provinces. So I just would want to underscore again, safety and responsibility always top of mind. And finally, to end, Bill 60 reduces red tape. It removes a requirement right now for liquor marketing representatives who provide liquor samples at retail stores to register with the LGCA. This used to be a thing, Madam Speaker, that people wanted to maintain a registry of who was in the premises, who was in the store, who was sampling, who was giving out samples of wine that day. But that list doesn't really perform any viable function. And so we believe it's a piece of red tape that can be eliminated. The stores themselves are responsible, and the stores need to be responsible for people who are providing samples in their stores, but the registration of those agents doesn't make sense. And I myself have relationships professionally in the wine industry here in Canada and at places like Antera Wines who say that provision doesn't make any sense. It doesn't keep anyone any safer. It doesn't serve any function. It just is busy work. So we would eliminate it. As a final comment, Madam Speaker, our government remains committed to protecting the health and safety of Manitobans. We want to provide greater consumer choice when purchasing regulated products. We believe that Bill 60 supports this objective and will ensure that Manitoba's regulatory framework for liquor, gaming, and cannabis better serves Manitobans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members. And no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under what circumstances would a person making a cannabis or liquor delivery be exempted by regulation?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
The member is referring to a part of the Act under 24.1 sub 3, where there are 3 categories delineated for persons who could deliver beer, wine, cider, and coolers, and they are an employee or a person who is licensed to deliver, so holds that delivery license, and the third section is persons who are exempting. Let me attempt to satisfy the question by saying the exemption itself wouldn't be the main categories. It would be precisely the employees or delivery agents who would be, for the most part, those making the deliveries. You need to have some exceptionality. That's what this provision contains.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I'd ask the minister, is the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Corporation currently employing underage minors to check on the activities of retail outlets selling liquor and cannabis?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
So right now, there is a provision whereby minors can do this, but as I mentioned in my remarks, right now it's the inspector, the agent of LGCA who must directly observe the attempt to sell the liquor or the cannabis to the minor, and so this legislation changes that, and so the individual who is a minor would still operate under the supervision of the LGCA inspector or agent.
The honourable member for St. John's.
I'd like to go back to my previous question. I know the minister attempted to kind of explain exempted by regulation. I don't think it was very clear, so if he could just try to explain that, because the way that he answered the question, it sounded as if number 3, persons who are exempted, is actually just categories 1 and 2. So I think I'm a little confused there.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Whenever legislation is being drafted, our alleged drafters here at the Manitoba Legislature, who are exceptional people, who have exceptional knowledge of constitutional law and background, try to make sure that they are framing laws in such a way as to provide for a full range of options that might be possible. So that is why I said that when it comes to that section that we spoke about in 24.1 sub 3, clearly the biggest categories of persons delivering wine and other things will be employees with a license, or persons employed or retained by the holder of a delivery license, and the third category there is there to contain exceptions that may occur.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, my question to the minister is this. Does the minister think that it's a good way to proceed to train minors in entrapment skills? And are there harmful effects from this process, particularly when the entrapment skilled minor is going alone into a liquor store or a cannabis store?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I've asked these same questions of the LGCA. I want to remind that member that no one would ever seek to put a minor person in any position of danger. So I was very careful in my remarks this evening to indicate that safety and the well-being of these minors is first. It is paramount. It is the top priority for our government, and it is the top priority for the LGCA in developing the program. Minor agents will always work directly with an experienced LGCA inspector. The LGCA will ensure that all precautions are taken to ensure the safety of those working with the program.
The honourable member for St. John's.
Why would the minister allow for minors to be hired to do this work when they're not legally actually allowed to partake on the stuff that they're actually supposed to be witnessing and recording, and even if it's under the supervision of an adult? Or why would the government allow minors to do this?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
With regulators like the LGCA, this is a means of testing compliance. The member makes it sound like it is an odd requirement, but I want to assure all members that this is something that is done in many jurisdictions. It is done now in Manitoba. It is done now in Manitoba. The way you test for compliance on that age of majority is to test it by having people who are under that age try to test the veracity of the system's provisions. Do people follow the rules? This is one important way to do that. Safety, of course, first for all those who are hired.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, to the minister, it seems to me there's a fundamental difference between what's happening now, which is the minor goes up under the watch of a supervisor, to what the minister is now proposing, which is that you train minors in entrapment skills and you send them in alone. You say under supervision, but it's under supervision at a distance instead of the supervisor watching what's happening. And, it could be some very difficult situations that the minor gets into.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The member is just wrong if they're trying to suggest that somehow young persons will be put in harm's way. As I indicated, individuals under the legal age will work directly with inspectors, directly, under their supervision, to attempt to purchase regulated products with the intent to determine if a licensee would sell or serve them. This is the most effective way to test licensee compliance with prohibitions against underage sales. It's a form of protection. It is not done in a cavalier way. It is done safely to ensure the safety of everyone involved. And I have every confidence in the LGCA that they will do this well.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Can the minister explain how, under the supervision, this occurs safely? It just seems counterintuitive. So I'm asking if he can just kind of map out how this would be done, actually.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, I've asked these questions of the LGCA. I want to remind all members that these are not provisions that are somehow unique in the province of Manitoba. When it comes to any regulatory body, when you're dealing with the sale of liquor or other restricted products, this is an accepted industry best practice to be able to test compliance. We want to be able to test compliance. Testing compliance helps us keep consumers safe. It helps us protect children who should not be purchasing these products, and younger persons under the age who should not be purchasing these products. So I hope the members wouldn't suggest that somehow we should not do these things, because that would be putting kids at risk.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, to the minister, I'm concerned about the practice here, which is teaching minors entrapment skills. Normally, when we've got children and youth, we're teaching them good practices and how to do good things. But here, you're teaching minors how to entrap others. I don't think that sounds like a very good idea to me.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, then the member should realize that he's also saying to provinces right across this land that those regulatory bodies and people who work there and people who have a lifetime of experience and skills that they have honed working in those environments don't know what they're doing. And if he wants to say that, he should say it. This is not some scheme that was concocted in a minister's office. This is the advice of the professionals at the LGCA who say this is an important component of a bill that is designed to keep people safe, including those who are the age of majority and those who are not. This is how we keep our system safe. We are interested in keeping our system safe.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
It literally doesn't make any sense on how you keep people safe by sending in minors to do, as the minister or the member for River Heights is saying, entrapment. It makes absolutely no sense. But I am curious, how many minors are we actually talking about and that are hired, and by whom?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I would say to all members that when it comes to how many people would be working for the LGCA in this capacity, that would be the determination of the LGCA. That would be the determination of their new CEO, who I have had the chance to meet, who is just an exceptional senior leader. And that individual with their executive management team would make determinations on how much of this is necessary to test for compliance in the system. And so on a ratioed basis, as a percentage of market, percentage of population, those determinations would be made on the basis of evidence.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I would ask the minister whether there's any research been done on children's long-term behavior and activities and who have been trained in entrapment skills. I'm concerned that you train kids in entrapment skills, and what kind of career do they take up? What kind of attitudes do they take long term with them?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I think members need to recognize that in the province of Manitoba right now, any single person who takes and who registers in a serving license situation is trained to be able to determine who might be under the age of majority, because there's an obligation and there's liability and there's risk to serve that person under that age. And so that kind of discrimination is necessary professionally in order to be able to say, when do I need to ask someone for identification? I say to the members, this work is done now. It is done broadly, it is done internationally, it's done domestically, it's done right here in Manitoba.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
So I know that the minister hasn't provided any actual numbers on how many children or minors that we're talking about. Can the minister then provide the House with information on how many, I don't know what the wording would be, like sting operations or entrapment operations minors undertake?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
This bill sets out a mechanism to give the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Authority the authority to be able to make the decisions about how to determine how to regulate. So I would say to the members, we have regulatory entities. The legislature does not regulate directly. That would be inefficient. And we have experience, and we have a knowledge base, we have years of practice, we have professionals who engage with their counterparts on those determinations. By those professionals, will these questions be answered?
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Madam Speaker, I've completed my questions. Thank you.
Okay, the Honourable Member for St. John's. There are no further questions. Then I will now recognize the Honourable Member for St. John's for debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that, from the questions that were just asked the Minister, I think that it's obvious that there's concerns in respect of using minors in compliance operation, if you want to use that type of narrative. So I'll say a couple of things, and then I want to concentrate on something that the Minister said about that because of the pandemic, more folks are partaking in, delivery of alcohol or cannabis and all of that. So let me just say this, Madam Speaker. I think that when we were elected in 2016, the government, when it took power, it knew that in 2015, the Trudeau Liberal government had announced as part of its platform as that it would be seeking to legalize cannabis. And the Pallister government got elected in 2016. We started asking questions very soon thereafter when the discussion on the legalization of cannabis started to kind of become really serious across the country, that we knew that that was coming down very shortly. I remember being in a standing committee meeting, and I can't remember which standing committee meeting it was exactly, but at the time, the member for Springfield Rashad was, I believe, or I guess he's the Minister of Infrastructure now. I can't remember what he was. He must have been the Minister for Crowns at that time. And I remember being in a standing committee for a report from Crown, I can't remember which one it was, it's a long time ago, and asking repeatedly of the minister, had they started any work on the legalization of cannabis? Had they started to do research on an environmental scan? Have they started to look at legislation changes that would need to be put into place? Had they started looking at mapping out infrastructure changes that needed to be occurred? I asked that question 7 times of the minister. And at that time, the minister kept saying, well, you know, when the feds start to do something, we'll do something. And, you know, every time, 7 times, that was the answer from the minister. And why I share that is because that is really indicative of how the Pallister government has operated. First off, they kind of deflect everything, or they'll kind of blame the federal government, but they don't prepare for things that are coming down the way. And so this seems to be something that should have been dealt with a long time ago. And here we are in 2021, 5 years after they became the government, and we're still dealing with some of this stuff in respect of cannabis. I will say this, like I said earlier, the minister spoke about that, you know, because of the pandemic and during the pandemic, more people are, you know, partaking in alcohol and cannabis and stuff. And I just want to share a little bit in that respect. And again, it's a testimony to how little this government prepares. And just, I think it was just a couple of weeks ago, the member for Union Station and I had attended a vigil, a memorial here at the Ledge in the evening. And that memorial was in honor of 259 individuals who passed from overdose. So 259 Manitobans from September to January 2020 have passed from overdose, from maybe January 2021, I believe. And so I just want to put that on the record because I know that my colleague, the member for Point Douglas, has repeatedly asked the government for the numbers or the statistics on Manitobans who have lost their lives to overdose, to which we still to this very moment have never had an answer from anyone on the chamber of their loved ones who. And, you know, it's quite something, and it's quite something to stand on the steps of the legislature with candles representing each of those Manitobans and with pictures. And quite often there are pictures of young Manitobans, but it's also quite something to be standing with moms. And so, you know, we were standing with 2 separate moms. I don't know if they knew each other. They were, you know, standing on opposite sides. And one was, it was her son's birthday. It would have been her son's birthday that very day. And then another mom was crying for her son, and she was just standing there crying. And so it's extraordinary that, you know, Manitobans are in the midst of an addictions crisis in this province and have been for quite a while. I know that we've been standing up in this chamber talking about, you know, opioids and meth. And, you know, I know that even years ago, the member for Point Douglas and I were again on the front steps and listening to, there was a huge rally in respect of, you know, trying to call on this government, trying to appeal to this government to do something about the meth crisis. And, you know, the member for Point Douglas and I sat there.
Order, please. I would ask the member to pull her comments into relevance about the bill. While the issue she's talking about may be important, the focus does need to be on the relevance related to Bill 60. So I would ask the member to bring her comments back to Bill 60. Thank you. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that the comments are relevant to Bill 60 because it highlights that the things that Bill 60 is apparently attempting to do, which is rectify things that they hadn't done previous. What I'm attempting to highlight, Madam Speaker, is that in the same way that we're sitting here at 9:20 something, dealing with Bill 60, which tries to deal with some of this stuff, in the same way that you know, I hope that we're not going to be another little
order.
I don't know if the minister would like to get up and talk about overdose. We'd love to hear what he has to say about Manitobans who are overdosing right now. My point is, Madam Speaker, is that we've had no action on this file in respect of Manitobans who have lost their lives to overdose. And the very fact that we have Manitobans who come before the legislature to honor, but also to bring attention to the fact that we have a crisis of overdose in the midst of a pandemic.
Order, please. I'm going to remind the member again, she's straying quite a bit from the bill that is before us, and I would ask her to bring her comments back. There will be time, in other debates for the topic that she wishes to speak about, but I would just ask her to bring her comments back to the legislation that we are to be debating. The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Madam Speaker, the minister said in his opening comments, again, he said that, and he's not wrong. It is a fact that during the pandemic there have been more individuals that have been partaking in alcohol and cannabis, but by that same token, there have been more Manitobans that have also been partaking in other drugs, I guess. And in that context, there's been nothing done by this government, despite the fact that we've been bringing this up since 2016. And so here we are, as the minister said in his opening comments to Bill 60, that we know that there's been more of this, and yet on the flip side, we've seen no action by the Pallister government to deal with the incredible numbers of overdose of Manitobans that we're seeing. And I think that it is relevant when we look at any legislation that attempts to amend the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. You can't separate all of this from what goes on with other Manitobans in respect of overdose. And so, Madam Speaker, I will say that Manitobans deserve a government that will do and take all of these.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just a few comments on this bill, Bill 60, dealing with the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment. I have some real concerns about training minors in deception and entrapment skills. Right now, minors will go into a store, as I understand it, with a supervisor watching and present. This at least minimizes the risks to the minor. But I'm very concerned about sending minors into a retail outlet with no supervisor present. This is a potential setup for problems, confrontations, difficult situations arising, and I think that this is not the sort of situation that we should be putting minors in Manitoba into, regardless of whether or not this practice is done elsewhere. The very teaching of minors of how to deceive other people, how to entrap other people, one of the questions is, what are the long-run effects of this on a minor who is being employed and is learning these skills? I'm disappointed that the minister could not refer to any research on the long-term impact of teaching deception and entrapment to young people. Are these young people, these minors, more likely to go on and consume liquor and cannabis later, more likely to have addictions? This is an important issue, and we should know the answer. Are the young people more likely to use these skills of deception and entrapment in people that they interact with later in life? This is not something that is, particularly great skill to learn how to deceive other people. And I think that maybe we should be teaching young people skills that are going to be more productive and more helpful in their later lives. So I have some real concerns. We have some real concerns as Liberals with this legislation, and we won't be supporting it. Thank you.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 60, the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed?
Agreed.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have passed on division. I will now call Bill 15, the Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act, Claim Dispute Tribunal, and I will recognize the Honourable Minister of Crown Services to move and speak to the second reading motion. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask leave for a 2-minute recess.
Is there leave for a 2-minute recess? Leave has been denied. Minister of Crown Services.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Municipal Relations, that Bill 15, the Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act, Claim Dispute Tribunal, be now read for a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor, has been advised of the bill, and I table the message.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister for Crown Services, seconded by the Honourable Minister for Municipal Relations, that Bill number 15, the Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act, Claim Dispute Tribunal, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor, has been advised of the bill and the message has been tabled. The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Madam Speaker, this bill amends the Manitoba Public Insurance Act to establish a claims dispute tribunal, allowing Manitoba Public Insurance to streamline the claims dispute process for vehicle damage to improve service and reduce red tape. The current process for resolving physical damage claim disputes can be expensive, lengthy, and cumbersome for Manitoba Public Insurance customers. The tribunal is intended to create access to a timely, efficient, and transparent physical damage dispute resolution process and a better overall experience for Manitobans. It is also intended to reduce costs and customer confusion associated with current processes of challenging a decision associated with physical damage claim. The Claims Dispute Tribunal will be an independent body to settle physical damage claim disputes between MPI and its customers in an impartial way. Decisions of the Claim Dispute Tribunal will be binding on both parties. And As an easy and cost-effective alternative to utilizing the court system, Madam Speaker, customers proceeding to the Claims Dispute Tribunal could have a lawyer assist with an application, but it is not necessary. An insured who wishes to have the tribunal review the MPI decision on the physical damage claim will have 45 days to apply for a review. Following an application for the review, it will take approximately 90 days to receive the decision back from the tribunal, ensuring prompt decision for the insured. Manitoba Public Insurance anticipates that there will be a reduction of auto accidents related cases in court. An average of 326 physical damage claims issues are taken to small claims court, Madam Speaker, every year. The tribunal will reduce the number of auto accidents related cases from court dockets, freeing up time and resources for more urgent and pressing matters. For the dispute related to denial of coverage on a claim, Madam Speaker, or responsibility for an accident, the customer will continue to have the option of bringing an accident to court or have the Claims Dispute Tribunal review the decision. However, the insured will need to choose either a Claims Dispute Tribunal or court action to proceed with. Protecting Manitobans, Madam Speaker's future means addressing today's priorities with an eye on tomorrow. In our mandate letter to MPI, we enjoined the corporation to be careful stewards of resources and to reduce bureaucratic red tape. MPI has embraced that mission, Madam Speaker. Now, the needs are unprecedented times. We need to go further. In a throne speech on October 7th, 2020, our government committed to protecting incomes by keeping more money in the people's pockets, not only by ensuring that MPI continues to lower rates, but by ensuring that its processes are more efficient and less expensive. Madam Speaker, the legislative amendment will meet the commitment by providing a timely, transparent, and less expensive claims dispute process benefiting customers, the corporation, and small claims court. Today's second reading, Madam Speaker, of Manitoba Public Insurance Amendment Act builds on these commitments and allows us to continue progress on our government's priority to reduce red tape and provide better services to the customers, and I look forward to its passage through this legislature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no question or answer shall exceed 45 seconds. The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister tell the House who did he consulted?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And one thing that we do well on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, is consult with stakeholders, and that's exactly what we did. Madam Speaker, Manitobans have been asking for a reduced red tape, Madam Speaker, when it comes to claims disputes, and the NDP had 17 years to deliver, Madam Speaker. We're going to deliver on that.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface. Is the member for St. Boniface going to be asking any questions?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Madam Speaker. I didn't hit unmute. Yes, I will. I'll be brief. I had a question. It says the qualifications for the adjudicator will be set by regulation. What are the qualifications of the adjudicator? Is there some reason to choose regulation over legislation?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly, again, during the process, as we continue to consult with Manitobans, we'll ensure through the process and in collaboration with our stakeholders and MPI to ensure that the independent process will continue, Madam Speaker, to ensure that Manitoba ratepayers and when they come to a claims dispute tribunal will have every opportunity to ensure that their hearing is independent from MPI.
The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Can the minister he really didn't answer my first question. Who did he consult? He didn't really answer it. Can you please explain it again?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Again, Madam Speaker, this is legislation that will assist Manitobans when it comes to a physical damage claim to their vehicles. And those are the exact folks that we've consulted with, of course, Madam Speaker. Manitobans, the ratepayers of Manitoba Public Insurance. They're the individuals that will be directly affected by this legislation, Madam Speaker, in a positive way so that they can ensure that their concerns are heard in an independent fashion, Madam Speaker, so that they can also be assured that the outcomes will be binding and the decisions will be respected.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, a question for the Minister. Since the Minister responsible for MPI cannot be responsible for the tribunal, is there any indication of which Minister will actually be responsible for the tribunal?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the bill is an independent tribunal, Madam Speaker. So government will not be involved in the tribunal. MPI will not be involved, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, it's an independent officer that will be hearing both sides of the case, whether it be the insured or Manitoba Public Insurance, and the decisions will be rendered by that individual, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Madam Speaker, how will this bill improve service delivery to Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly this bill will improve services by, again, as the member should know, if he's read the bill, by ensuring there's an independent process when there is a vehicle accident, Madam Speaker. If there's an issue that the insured decides that it wasn't a fair decision, Madam Speaker, that MPI rendered, then this individual will have the opportunity to go to an independent tribunal and have their decision, or pardon me, have their case heard by somebody outside of MPI, Madam Speaker. We think that's the right thing to do.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Yeah, just again on just to clear a question about clarity, Madam Speaker. Subsection 67.11 states the minister responsible for the tribunal must not be the same as the one MPI reports to, which is absolutely reasonable. But then it says subsection 67.12, 1 and 2, the tribunal must provide an annual report to the minister responsible for the tribunal. So I'm just wondering, who would be that minister responsible for the tribunal? Who just in terms of the tribunal report releasing its annual report.
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, Madam Speaker, again, the decisions will be rendered by the independent office, Madam Speaker, when it comes to a claim, and certainly MPI falls under Crown Services, Madam Speaker, and we, of course, will respect the independent process when it comes to the Claims Dispute Tribunal, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what we'll do, and ensure that Manitoba ratepayers are protected, Madam Speaker, as they have the opportunity now to be heard by an independent party.
The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What recourse Manitobans have if they believe they have been treated unfairly by CDT?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Madam Speaker, again, when the individual or party attends the Claims Dispute Tribunal, again, that decision will be binding, Madam Speaker, and certainly it gives, again, it gives clarity on the issue, and it's resolved at that time. But it gives the ratepayer the opportunity, again, to be heard by an individual that is outside of MPI. So it doesn't work for the corporation, Madam Speaker. So the decisions will be rendered. They'll be rendered by the individual responsible for the tribunal, and they'll be binding. So it's absolutely a great thing for Manitoba ratepayers.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
No more questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, the Honourable Member for the Maples.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What are the estimated costs one would incur when making a claim to the Claim Dispute Tribunal?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, as we go through this process, we will certainly be working on ensuring that regulations are in place, again, with respect to charges, Madam Speaker, that would be rendered during the process. It would be very similar to what it would cost to go to a court, Madam Speaker. So we would expect that that process would be very similar to what Manitobans are familiar with today.
The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, how many claims goes to the independent appraisal every year now with the current system, the one we have it now?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And currently we don't have an independent tribunal, Madam Speaker, so I would say the answer is 0. That's why this legislation is before the House, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we can have an independent process for Manitoba ratepayers at MPI, Madam Speaker. So I hope that the member opposite appreciates that this is why this legislation is here. We're here to ensure Manitobans have their say in an independent process.
The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Have the minister thought about keeping the current system and then also adding this new CDT system so people have more choices?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Services.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the ratepayer would have the opportunity and choice, Madam Speaker, to either continue through the courts with their claim or choose to go to the independent office, Madam Speaker, the tribunal, to have their case heard. So this does give Manitoba ratepayers another option other than MPI. So we feel it's the right thing to do, and certainly gives every ratepayer the opportunity to get their case heard from an independent process.
As there are no further questions, I will now recognize the Honourable Member for the Maples for debate. The Honourable Member for the Maples.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to put a few words on the record regarding to Bill 15, the Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act, the Claim Dispute Tribunal. Bill 15, which sets up a claim dispute tribunal, is supposed to eliminate the challenges that have come along with the current dispute resolution process. Everyone owning a vehicle in Manitoba hopes for a better dispute resolution process. Most, if not all, Manitoban would be in support of the red tape reduction. But it seems that the Polster government ignoring the needs of Manitobans. Every day, Manitobans have high hopes in us to provide them reliable and consistent service. Polster and his government are fixed on making the life harder for everyday Manitobans. Under the current process, any claimant who disagrees with Manitoba Public Insurance assessment of their vehicle value has a couple of options. First, they can move to independent appraisal process. In this, their claim will be placed in the hands of 2 independent representatives, one representing the insured and one Manitoba Public Insurance. During this process, the insured can hire an independent vehicle appraiser as their representative. Both representatives will then try to agree on the vehicle's value or the repair that are needed. If they agree, both must accept the decision. If the representative don't agree, they select a third independent individual known as an umpire, whose decision is final and binding on both parties. If the representative can't agree on the choice of an umpire, the courts will name one. Despite the expected improvement, there are some concerning part of Bill 15. For example, Bill states that the claim dispute tribunal must make its decision solely on the basis of written statement and other information or material submitted by the insured and the corporation. Madam Speaker, if somebody don't know how to write or read, what recourse they have? So there's nothing to provide any support to those individuals. This method is not better, not worse than the current one, in which Manitoba Public Insurance current vendor auto source does not actually appraise the vehicle physically. So they are just searching, the current system is they're searching online and looking at the cars and then just telling the MPI what the vehicle value is. But rather, it uses various internet searches to conduct an average selling price. Aspects such as mileage are not taken into consideration with average selling price, which could dramatically change the price at which they conclude to. With this, it is easy to see that calculation they do not credible any way or form. This puts the Manitoba Public Insurance, which has a lot of experience preparing document and valuing vehicles, against their customers, most of whom may not do this once or twice in their life. It also puts applicants who have a challenge reading or writing at an additional disadvantage. As there are so many new individuals coming and arriving in Canada, whom did this government consult when drafting this bill? Actually, Minister didn't say who. He said Manitobans really don't know who they consulted. Through this makes Manitobans feel uncertain about if they will or will not receive the right compensation for their dispute claim. There's only one other route for those who are unhappy with the Manitoba Public Insurance value. They can take the insured to small claim court. This option will remain available with the current of the CDT, but it is not available to those whose vehicle more than $10,000 value. So, madam, I don't know where they will be going if they are not agreeing with the current. Let's say if they go to the new system and the person tell them like their vehicle is $5,000 or $7,000 if they are not agreeing, and then the claimant doesn't have no option to go to court after that. But care must be taken to ensure the process is truly fair and not rigged in favor of Manitoba Public Insurance. Pastor and his government need to stop satisfying themselves.
Order, please. When the member is making a reference to somebody, it should be the Pallister government in that way. So I would ask the member to ensure that when he uses that, he references Pallister government, not the government of Pallister. Just a reminder to the member, the honourable member for the Maples.
Speaker. So Pallister government need to stop satisfying themselves and need to start thinking about Manitobans and need to start working for Manitobans and what they desire. As we all know that Manitobans want to trust Manitoba Public Insurance Service and want to be treated fairly as much as possible. However, Manitoba Public Insurance has become a corporation that does not have the trust of the majority of the claim holders. For service reasons such as this bill, from the 2018, the Manitoba Public Insurance Annual Report, it shows a significant spike in complaint at MPI. Between the year of 2017 and 18, there has been a 50% increase, and from recent report, increase in appeals to the Fair Practice Office is showing that this is an ongoing systematic problem. The tribunal is not the solution to these increased number of complaints, as it will not resolve fundamental issues within Manitoba Public Insurance claim dispute mechanism. Manitobans do not need another system to resolve their claim appeals. They need a system within Manitoba Public Insurance that will give better result when they file claims. Will this bill, if enacted, resolve far-reaching systematic issues within Manitoba Public Insurance? I don't think so, Madam Speaker. This is not the only time that Pallister government are trying to make the life harder for individual. As per example, the process of buying salvage has got harder and more expensive. As of September 2020, in order to bid and purchase MPI salvage items, you have to register as a buyer with Impact Auto Source. It is a American company headquartered in Winchester, Illinois. And so money from this is also going to the states. As it with the parks, the Polster government is sending all the money from the bidding to the states. As before, it was free, but in this new way, it is stopping individual to even bid, as they might not even bid on anything, but they will have to pay the fee. Already with the ongoing cuts, the lack of affordability, we like Manitoban want to stress-free, especially when it comes to dealing with the insurance claim. But with this bill, it will create a tension between Manitobans and governments. I would like to ask Polster government if they will commit to treat Manitobans fairly. And will this government stop interfering with our Crown Corporation, including Manitoba Public Insurance? Madam Speaker, I'll conclude with this. I think there's only 20 seconds left. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. I do know that there have been major challenges for individuals. Actually, a former MLA faced incredible challenges in trying to get fair treatment from MPI. This is a long-standing issue, and it is a major challenge for people to be able to get fair dealing from MPI without having to go to the expense of court. So we do have a couple of reservations about the bill. Namely, we would like to know which minister will be the tribunal will be reporting to, in the sense of reporting its annual findings, annual reports, and it would also be a positive thing if we could see a little more specifics about the necessary qualifications of the adjudicator as well, that it be spelled out in advance, or at least that we would have an idea of what would be covered in terms of regulations. But I think that in general, though I say this with a great deal of trepidation, this might be a bill that we can vote for. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 15, the Manitoba Public Insurance Corporation Amendment Act Claim Dispute Tribunal. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed?
Agreed. Agreed.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay. Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Division, Madam Speaker.
The motion is passed on division. We will now move to Bill number 46. I will call second reading of Bill number 46, the Court Practice and Administration Act, various acts amended, and recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice to move and speak to the second reading motion.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister for Mental Health, Addictions and Recovery, that Bill 46, the Court Practice and Administration Act, various acts amended, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister for Mental Health, Addictions and Recovery, that Bill number 46, the Court Practice and Administration Act, various acts amended, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By my count, we are on bill number 11 of the evening, which would mean we have 33 to go. And so I will endeavor to keep my comments brief, but I would want to thank you. I know I have the consensus of the House on this matter. It's good to see us developing some consensus in this place on such a thing as the brevity of my remarks. I do want to put a few terms on the record, but I will qualify my remarks by saying, although this bill is somewhat significant and it has many sections, the things it's looking to change are not that complicated, and so should be explainable, and I hope they have the support of others in the House. This is a second reading of Bill 46, the Court Practice and Administration Act. It amends 7 statutes respecting court practices and operations. The goal is to advance the modernization of our justice system and improve justice services to Manitobans. So the first thing this bill does is it amends the Court of Appeal Act and the Court of Queen's Bench Act to essentially allow federally appointed judges to go to conferences and then to bill the federal government for the cost of the conference. That sounds strange, but it turns out that there are certain obligations, of course, that justices have for training, but they have certain opportunities to attend professional conferences and seminars, and those costs can be covered federally, but in order to do so, we need to amend legislation to provide clarity on this matter. So this seeks to accomplish exactly that. There's also amendments to the Provincial Court Act that allow greater flexibility to the Chief Judge of Manitoba in assigning senior judges to address the provincial court's workload challenges. We all know that COVID-19 has caused challenges to the courts. We all understand that there have had to be some pausing of procedures and court procedures in order to accommodate the safety of Manitobans. But that also means that there have been many adjournments, and there's a cap essentially that exists right now in legislation whereby the senior judge can only avail themselves of the work of senior judges, retired judges. There's a cap to a certain amount. So this would seek to essentially reduce that cap, or eliminate the cap, which would mitigate resulting case backlogs. So we believe that that should have the support of all members of the House, probably a long time coming. Amendments to the Court of Queen's Bench Small Claims Practices Act would improve the small claims appeal process. Essentially what it says is transcripts of the original hearing will be required at the first court appearance on the appeal. So that would allow the judge to determine at that time if the appeal has merit and if it may proceed. Without that provision, it means the judge cannot simply continue, but the judge must then pause, wait for the documents to be produced, the transcripts, and then reconvene to make that determination. So this is an efficiency act. It's a tidying up mechanism. The next section, amendments to the Court Services Fees Act, will modernize the fee structure. Probably a long time coming in this province. Some of these fees haven't changed for 30 years. And while our fees are very, very affordable, I want to tell all members that great care was taken by justice officials to look across other jurisdictions. A lot of care was taken to determine what fees were in other jurisdictions. No one is looking to gouge Manitobans, but we are in the middle of a very significant shift, as the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, who's now the Education Minister, will understand when it comes to modernization of the courts, implementation of the integrated case management system. We are getting a far more beneficial experience into place for people who use the courts, digital interactions between the courts and court participants. All these things will take investments. These things will not pay for those investments, but they do help us to address or acknowledge those costs. In the end, what matters, of course, is access to justice. The Jury Act is amended to modernize the reasons for disqualification exemption from jury duty. I want to be clear on this. It is amended to make it less onerous on the individual. The former rules required very specific health information to be provided in order to become exempt from jury duty. This lowers the burden to the individual to simply provide only high-level information on their condition. Finally, amendments to the Department of Justice Act will simplify the Crown's processes to retain and compensate court interpreters and expert witnesses. Right now, those costs that are incurred for court interpreters and expert witnesses can't be changed. And so if there's issues of competitiveness, if those fees rise in other jurisdictions, if we are bringing those people from other jurisdictions here, we have no maneuverability on that cost. It should not be in the legislation that these things are set. They should be set competitively to reflect the expertise of those that we are trying to incur. And I believe that because this is a measure that calls for an increase to wage, the NDP will be highly supportive of it. These amendments will, of course, like I say, also include regulatory changes in court services fees. So now when it comes to court jurors in Manitoba until now could never be paid until day 11 of their service. And at day 11, a juror was paid $30. Now, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, $30 a day after day 11 is not a lot of money. No one is going to get rich in this province undertaking to perform juror duty. But we should at least acknowledge their time. We should respect them more. These changes should have been brought in years ago. It is our government, once again, who is getting the job done. This mechanism would essentially allow juror compensation to begin on day one and at a rate that is almost triple what it is now. So while I say it's a long time coming and it's our government that is getting the job done. It's important, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, that Manitobans have confidence in their judicial system. These amendments will improve court services and judicial processes. They will enhance access to justice for all Manitobans. Enabling solutions to court backlogs and adjournments will enhance the efficiency and the timeliness of the justice system, and improving our court fee structure will allow Manitobans to better meet the costs of going to court. Improving jury duty, of course, at the end will reduce unnecessary disclosure of health information and attendance at court. I commend these changes to the legislature for debate. I look forward to the debate, and I look forward to the participation of all members to pass these later this evening.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by the critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no questions or answers shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for St. John's.
Miigwech, Deputy Speaker. Would the minister be so kind as to explain why the Pallister government is contracting out court service fees?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
If the member is speaking to the fact that we have interpreters and court experts who are brought in, this is not a new change. This is not something that the bill accomplishes. These provisions have been in place in Manitoba for years and years and years.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would ask the minister what has been the experience to date with retired judges. Approximately how many retired judges or senior judges are employed? And what is the projection over the next, say, 5 years in terms of the number of senior judges who will be employed?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I want to make clear that the management and the utilization of senior judges is not the obligation of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Rather, it is the obligation of the Chief Judge of Manitoba. The member's question is tricky because senior judges don't necessarily come back full-time. They are utilized on a part-time basis. Some of them can come back for a lot of significant service. That number would ebb and flow. I would indicate we are very committed to reducing court backlog, so I would suggest generally that the utilization of senior judges as the Chief Judge employs them will increase over time.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Would the minister explain why there's such a backlog court cases that then would require the utilization of retired judges. Is it not that maybe there is a need for judges overall, more judges or new judges within the system?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The member doesn't seem to understand that the utilization of senior judges in Manitoba is a long-standing feature of our justice system. We have, as a matter of fact, we continue to add judges to the provincial court right across Manitoba. As a matter of fact, we just appointed a new judge in Brandon only weeks ago, and we congratulate that judge who is assuming those duties, and we wish them well in their new role. However, the utilization of senior judges is nothing new. We will continue to invest in courts. We will continue to add judges and new positions as well. And I tell the members, stay tuned to hear the good news that will continue to come from this government in respect of our addressing the issues that were left unaddressed by the former NDP government.
The Honourable Member for River Heights. Could the member for River Heights unmute himself, or does he not have any more questions?
Sorry. No, I do have a question. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just asked the Minister the definition of a resident. Is this somebody who has spent more than half his time in Manitoba, residing in Manitoba? We have a situation with COVID-19 right now where we've got some people who ended up in Ontario and are staying there until COVID is finished and then are going to move back to their normal residence here. What is the definition of resident as it applies in this Act?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
The member is referring to Section 41, Sub 1, where it indicates with the amendment that a person must be a Manitoba resident to be eligible to be appointed as a staff justice of the peace or community justice of the peace. When it comes to the definition of Manitoba resident, which I believe is a good measure to add to the bill, was not previously there, I would suggest to him that it would be upon the Interpretation Act's definition of Manitoba and that the determination would be made.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
In apparently attempting to strengthen the jury process and selection, did the minister consider legislation that would construct juries as more representative of Manitobans? That's a good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I would suggest to the member that it's not the duty of the minister to hand select jurors in this province, but I do commend to the legislature the changes that we have brought here. It's clear here that the legislation provides a better framework for using more Manitobans. As a matter of fact, previously when the NDP was in power, they prohibited anyone with a conviction at all from serving as a juror in Manitoba. Right now, only those with an indictable offense will be prohibited from serving as a jury, but all others will be eligible for jury service. So I would indicate to the person where they failed, we're getting it right.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, to the minister, the Act will repeal Section 6.54 of the Provincial Court Act. This was a fairly convoluted section which says the chief judge must not assign a senior judge to judicial duties if the remuneration of the senior judge for performing those judicial duties would have the effect of exceeding for the government's fiscal year an amount equal to the annual salary of one judge or the annual salaries of a number of judges prescribed in the regulation. Is this to indicate that senior judges sometimes earn so much money that they would exceed the annual salary of one or more judges?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
While the bill does not get into discussions about compensation of judges, the bill does make clear that it lifts the broad parameter cap for the utilization of senior judges, and that's a good thing. Essentially, the chief judge needs to manage the courts, and it's the responsibility of the chief judge to manage those courts. So we must unfetter the chief judge to be able to say what is the best combination of currently serving judges and senior judges to be able to handle the issues, to be able to bring down the caseload, and to allow access to justice. So we give the chief judge to their duties, and we have every confidence.
The honourable member for St. John's.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Would the minister be so kind as to explain how the outsourcing of the handling of Manitoba's legal transcripts to a Saskatchewan firm, how does that grow employment, or how does that serve Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Procurement of transcription services in this province is as old as the hills, and our government believes in getting good value for the dollar, and that means that we believe in open procurement. So where the NDP gave contracts to their friends without bidding for them, our government believes in getting good value for Manitobans, and that means we believe in the procurement process. We have a minister responsible for procurement, and we go to where we can get a good deal for Manitobans. I would remind that member as well that transcription services also go to people in this province, as well as witnesses used for court proceedings also go to people who live in Manitoba.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That completes my questions. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? The floor is open for debate. The honourable member for St. John's.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are concerned about the changes to the Court Services Fee Act. It would appear that the changes explicitly references third parties. We're concerned that this opens up the opportunity for privatization and contracting out the jobs of many public sector workers. We know that this government has a tendency to want to privatize and contract out jobs outside of Manitoba that serve no good purpose to Manitobans, and actually take away jobs and dollars for Manitoba citizens. And so we're concerned with those changes to the Court Services Fee Act. And you know, fees to third-party operators are now considered court fees under this act. The government has created a monopoly for a private corporation from Saskatchewan to handle Manitoba's legal transcripts. And I know that the minister was saying that they are all in favor of procurement, but it seems to be, you know, procurement that's outside of Manitoba's borders. And I find that I don't think any Manitoban appreciates when they are actively looking to privatize and give out contracts outside of the province and has no benefit for Manitobans. It's important for folks to know that this used to be a government in-house service through the Manitoba Civil Service. So it doesn't make any sense why the government would then hand out a contract to folks in Saskatchewan. The quality of service has worsened under the privatized system, and Deputy Speaker, it's become more expensive. And so every time the Pallister government privatizes anything, it ends up that it's more expensive for Manitobans. It's more expensive for Manitobans to participate or utilize or have access to a system that they are rightfully entitled to have access to. But somehow this government seems to, every time they touch something, every time they try to change something, every time they try to adapt something, they turn it on its head so that actually Manitobans are the ones that end up suffering, and end up suffering financially quite often. And so under this relationship, the government now acts as the bill collector for a private out-of-province corporation, and that's just unacceptable. And since accessing legal transcripts is more expensive, it becomes another barrier that economically marginalized Manitobans have to deal with in order to access the justice in the court system. And so there's been a theme. I've stood up here, I don't know how many times I've stood up here tonight and on other days that we've debated bills. As I've said previously, I am responsible for quite a few of the Minister of Justice's bills that are before the House. And every single time I get up, part of the narrative is how access to justice in Manitoba is getting more and more inequitable and more closed off for Manitobans who, like I said, have the right or should have the right to access equitable justice. And so, you know, it is problematic and questionable why the Minister of Justice keeps, introducing legislation in this House. And, you know, we finally got to see all of the legislation, but, keeps introducing legislation in this House that actually works against Manitobans from accessing justice. I don't understand his thinking and why he's doing that. And the only thing that I can come up with is that he simply doesn't care if Manitobans have access to equitable justice. And that's what we're seeing in this as well. Again, when you contract out to corporations or your best friends in other provinces like we've seen, you're taking away, good paying jobs from Manitobans. I don't know why this Pallister government and all of his cabinet, why they want to take away money from Manitobans and give it to people in other provinces. And so I won't speak too long on this bill. I just will say this as well, Deputy Speaker. When we talk about accessing justice or creating an equitable justice system, one of the things that we have yet to see from this minister or from this government is an attempt at ensuring that there is equitable representation on juries. And, specifically, I'm speaking about the representation of Indigenous peoples on juries, on Manitoba juries. I think that, in 2021, everybody at this point should be aware of, that representation matters. Representation matters in this chamber. Representation matters within the judiciary. Representation matters in the healthcare system, in the education system. And so we haven't really seen any definitive action from this government, from this Pallister government, on trying to ensure that there is representation of Indigenous peoples in all aspects of the justice system, not just those that are over-policed and overcharged and come before the courts. Not only that, we have a system in Manitoba, we have a justice system in Manitoba that no one in their right mind could argue does not racially discriminate and is not systemically racist towards Indigenous people. I used to, before I became the Special Advisor on Indigenous women's issues, when I was the Director of Justice for Southern Chiefs Organization, I also used to teach at the university. I used to teach, I was a sessional instructor at the U of M, and I used to teach Aboriginal peoples in the Canadian justice system. And one of the things that I would make all of my students do was they had to go at some point during the course, and it was, they had to hand in an assignment. They had to go spend the day at the Manitoba Law Courts. And they had to, share what they saw, what were their observations. And inevitably, every single time I taught that course, and every single student that wrote their final paper for me, spoke about how all they saw was that those that came before the courts, with charges, or those that came before the courts that would be waiting or in the courtroom there to support their family members, were more often than not Indigenous peoples. And the other thing that they reported was that more often than not, what they saw was that those that were on the other side of the system were non-Indigenous. And I think that it was very eye-opening for students to see that. It's one thing to maybe, read it, or, maybe you hear it on the news every once in a while, but it's certainly different for young folks that are taking university courses. Not everybody's young, but the majority of my students were, to actually see that in living time and living space. And so it's important that we have representation on the other side of the justice system, and here was potentially a good opportunity for the minister to start looking at legislating representation on juries to ensure that Indigenous peoples who come before the courts for a variety of different reasons are judged by their peers. And a really good example of that, Deputy Speaker, is the trial in the murder of Colton Bushy. All the jury none of them were Indigenous. In fact, there was a concerted effort by the defense to ensure that there was no Indigenous members on that jury. And there are consequences to that. There are consequences to not having equitable representation within the judiciary, and unfortunately I would submit to the House that more often than not it is Indigenous peoples that suffer that consequence. And so again, I think the minister has to do better at representation on juries. Miigwech.
The member for River Heights.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A few comments on this bill. I am pleased to learn that the experience with retired or senior judges seems to be going quite well, and that there is likely to be more employment of senior judges or use of senior judges in court proceedings into the future. The provision to increase the salaries of jurors and to start paying jurors before day 11 is a reasonable one, and really should have been implemented sometime before this. I am in agreement with the MLA for St. John's that there does need to be some significant representation of Indigenous people on the juries of our province, and I would hope that the members of the court will work to ensure that that happens. This is a bill which in general we can and will support. We note that there is a provision that if a person who's not eligible to serve as juror, if the person has a disability, cannot reasonably be accommodated. We believe there needs to be a stronger provision here that the court must make a reasonable, a significant effort to accommodate those with a disability so that they can be eligible to be jurors and to be full participants. I think that this should go without saying, but there are too many circumstances where I've worked with individuals with disabilities and they have had to fight and have had long battles to get accommodation, which current laws and principles would suggest should have been provided naturally. So I think that there can't be an assumption that the current conditions are represent reasonable accommodation, but that there really is a duty to have the court make reasonable accommodation and ensure that there can be good participation of individuals with disabilities on our juries. I think they provide a really important perspective. We know, as an example, that individuals with learning disabilities and dyslexia are more likely to be involved with the criminal justice system and more likely to be incarcerated. And just as we have already seen talk earlier today about the need to have Indigenous representation on jurors, I think it's absolutely fundamental that we should have people with varied disabilities serving as jurors, and that we are making the accommodation that's needed for them to participate and participate as full jury members. So with those comments, we're ready to support this legislation and look forward to it passing and becoming law. Thank you.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 46, the Court Practice Administration Act, various acts amended. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed, and so ordered. Oh, I hear a no? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to Bill 30, the Consumer Protection Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yeah, he's Deputy Speaker? Deputy Speaker? Acting Deputy Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I move, second by the Minister of Health, that Bill number 30, the Consumer Protection Amendment Act, now be read a second time and be referred to the Committee of the House.
Hear, hear.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Health, that Bill number 30, the Consumer Protection Amendment Act, now be read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you.
Outstanding.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Bill number 30 builds upon two government commitments. The government has ongoing commitment to reducing administrative burdens, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, and barriers for businesses while ensuring consumers continue to be protected in the marketplace. Bill number 30 also fulfills the 2018 Throne Speech commitment to expand consumer protections against unsolicited high-pressure sales tactics used by direct sellers. Madam Speaker, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, Bill 30 proposes to amend the Consumer Protection Act, repealing the contracts for cell phone services and cell phone contract regulation. Repealing the rules related to cell phone contracts will mitigate duplicative services by the federal government or legislation by the federal government through the regulatory environments and reduce red tape for cell phone suppliers currently must comply with both federal and provincial legislations. The federal government's wireless code addresses the same issues as Manitoba's cell phone legislation, and industry has raised concerns over over-regulation by the lawmakers. The duplication has also led to consumer confusion in the marketplace. As the wireless code is more comprehensive than Manitoba's rules, consumers will continue to be well protected in the marketplace. Repeal will eliminate over 223 regulatory requirements. Bill number 30 also proposes to amend the Direct Sellers and Consumer Protection Act to restrict door-to-door direct sellers that come to consumers' homes and use unsolicited, misleading, high-pressure sales tactics to convince Manitobans consumers to purchase or lease large household systems and supplies such as furnaces, air conditioners, as well as water purifiers. Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. Further amendments to the direct sellers legislation will assist those Manitobans, particularly seniors and vulnerable communities who are falling victim to aggressive and often misleading sales tactics and entering into direct sales contracts for furnaces, water and air purifier products water heaters, and other household systems and supplies. By putting the proposed framework in place, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, governments will be addressing the most frequent complaint to the Consumer Protection Office has received over the last number of years. Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, consumers have told us that they feel more vulnerable to questionable sales tactics when sellers show up unsolicited at their door. This often leads them to signing contracts for products that may not need or may not be able to afford. Bill 30 prohibits the direct sale of furnaces, air conditioners, windows, air and water purifiers, and other household systems and supplies at the consumer's home or outside the seller's usual place of work. The proposed prohibition, sorry, it's getting late in the night, does not ban the sales of aforementioned household systems and supplies, and it does not prevent suppliers from attending consumers' home to sell their products. Rather, the new rules will require that the solicitation of these products be initiated by the consumers themselves, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. In the event of a dispute in the hands of, to prove exactly what parties have agreed to, by amending the Consumer Protection Act, the bill also focuses on information disclosure and requires direct sellers to provide consumers with written contracts containing specific information related to their purchases, including total cost of the products they are purchasing. The amendments also include some additional measures that will help prevent consumers from entering into lengthy and expensive agreements that may or may not need or cannot afford. They want to ensure that consumers have the time and the information they need to compare household services and systems and supplies to make informed product decisions. To that end, Bill number 30 provides direct sales contracts cannot contain undefinable lease terms, so there can't be an undefined amount of time. Direct sellers have to provide their name as it appears on their license, on the consumer agreement. All businesses provide prescribed household systems and supplies must provide consumers with plain language disclosed confirming that the consumer initiated that the in-house sales contract, and the proposed amendments will also provide flexibility to add to this list prescribed goods and services by regulation. So we can add different services, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. The proposed amendment will also allow businesses to use unaddressed marketing, promotional materials such as flyers in a buy ad and home buyer's mailbox to promote their businesses. This activity will no longer be considered as an offer, solicitation, proposal, and approach for the purpose of direct sales. The Consumer Protection Office will be responsible for ensuring businesses are aware of their obligations under the Act and mediation disputes. However, if raising awareness and mediation efforts are unsuccessful, Mr. Acting Deputy Chair, the Consumer Protection Office can use a variety of measures to achieve compliance. Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, these amendments benefit both the consumer and business, and I recommend all members of the House to support this bill that reduces red tape for businesses, protect consumers, and further the government's commitment to develop a fair and prosperous marketplace for all Manitobans. Mr. Acting Deputy Chair, thank you very much.
A question period of up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister by any member in the following sequence. First, questions by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions asked by critics or designates from other recognized opposition parties. Subsequent questions asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no questions or answers shall exceed 45 seconds.
Mr.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, Bill 30 prohibits door-to-door sale of furnaces, air conditioners.
Could the member turn his mic on because I cannot hear him?
It's on, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Then either put on a headset so we can hear you, or speak closer to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Bill 30 prohibits door-to-door sale of furnaces, air conditioners, windows, and other household systems and supplies. The Manitoba Consumer Protection Office recorded more than 60 complaints concerning home energy door-to-door sellers in 2018-19. Manitoba Hydro's received more than 200 complaints about Prairie Home Comfort and utility bill in the past 5 years. Door-to-door salespeople are required to be bonded by an insurance company so victims can be compensated. How many victims of door-to-door sales scams have received compensation from the bonding companies?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Chair, and I do want to compliment the member opposite. I know he's raised this issues in the past, so I know his many years. I think it's been 60 or 70 years he's been in this legislature. I want to give him compliments on this. There is enforcement. The Consumer Protection Office is often able to resolve a lot of these disputes through consumers without initiating any enforcement types of activities, ensuring the businesses are aware of their obligations under the Act. But if enforcement measures aren't able to be used, there's a variety of measures to use to achieve compliance. These measures could include compliance orders, administrative penalties, injunctions, and prosecution. I very much agree with this member that this is an initiative that should have been worked on a long time ago.
Here.
The Honourable Member from St. Boniface.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the minister, just some clarity around the cell phone, is that there's already existing legislation at the federal level, so there won't be a gap of where the Manitoba legislation will be repealed. The federal legislation is already in place to protect people from unscrupulous sales.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Yes, the member is exactly right. In fact, Manitoba and Quebec were the only ones that had legislation. Manitoba introduced this legislation, I believe it was in 2012, their wireless. And after, of course, the federal government introduced their legislation. And so the legislation is duplicate of the federal government's wireless code, which is really a mandatory code of conduct for suppliers of retail mobile wireless services. The wireless code addresses the same issues Manitoba cell phone services legislation does, the results. So there's dual legislation. As mentioned, there's only ourselves in Quebec that still has this. So it is under the jurisdiction of the federal government in respect to this. Has nothing to do with anything to do with pricing that's there, but there is duplication because the federal government has introduced the legislation after we had some.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, on April 2018, a resident signed a contract with a door-to-door direct seller called Utilibill, promising to pay over $37,000 for furnace, HEPA filter, water filter, and electronic air cleaner. All of these products should have cost less than $10,000. This is an outrageous abuse of the public. Will a minister get on top of this issue and tell us if even one person was reimbursed for their loss under the bond?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to agree with the member once again that these types of aggressive selling type of approaches should not be allowed, and that's why this legislation is before us here. There is a variety of sources in terms of the legislation that can happen to make sure that this aggressive type of selling is not working. Hopefully the Consumer Protection Office can resolve a lot of these issues together, but there is a means, other means that they can take, a variety of measures, including achieving compliance. Measures include compliance orders, administrative penalties, injunctions, and prosecution. So those are mechanisms that can be used by Consumer Protection to make sure this type of aggressive sale doesn't go at the doorstep, to have a situation.
The Honourable Minister's time has expired. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
That's all, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker.
No further questions from the member. The member for Elmwood. Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do, Mr. Acting Deputy
The member
Speaker.
from Elmwood.
The minister has long enough to know what's happening in his department. The time for deflection and excuses is over. The time has come for him to come clean and tell us why the bonding companies have not been compensating the victims of these scams. Why keep evading this question?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, we know the member's been here for over 90 years, but in the 90 years that he's been here, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, I can tell you one thing. There's never been a time where an opposition have blocked bills during the pandemic. That's a 1 in a 100-year type of approach. If the member would support these types of initiatives, we'd have these laws in place. But no, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, they chose to block the legislature during a pandemic. That won't happen. We're going to get this law passed, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood. The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Go back to sleep, Jimmy.
Could the member from Elmwood unmute his mic?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I have a constituent, a longtime resident of Riverton Avenue in Elmwood. What do I tell her when the minister won't answer a simple question regarding her loss to these door-to-door salespeople? I've asked the minister many times, how many people have been compensated through the bonds? Everybody who direct sells in Manitoba is required to have a bond through an insurance company. He knows that, and he knows that he can call these bonds. Why have these people not been compensated?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, and if I can take the information from the member, I can certainly look into it from my office point of view to look at the specifics of this individual case. I can tell you there's a variety of measures that's available that could be looked at from the Consumer Protection Office. These things consist of things like compliance orders. The hope is obviously that the Consumer Protection Office can sort these things out. It sounds like in the case that the member's raising, rightly so on behalf of his constituents, that things such as administrative penalties and injunctions and prosecution, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, are things that are open to the Consumer Protection Office to go after these individuals. Those are strong measures, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, that our government is taking to ensure that consumers are protected as it respects to these types of items.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know, the minister just doesn't get it. He knows that to be a direct seller in Manitoba or anywhere else in the country, you have to provide a bond from an insurance company, so that if people get defrauded because of actions by the direct sellers, that the victims can be compensated. There are bonds in place for each and every one of these people. The question is, why won't he answer the simple question? How many people have received compensation up to this point?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I've said clearly to the member, I will take the information provided in terms of this specific case. He's raising it on behalf of his constituents. He, quite frankly, has been an advocate for these types of initiatives, so good on him for doing that. If you provide the information to our office, we can look into this situation.
Fired. The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, you know, the minister's been asked this question before. He was asked a question on November 25th, 2019 about this very issue, and yet he sits on the issue, chooses to ignore it when he's got to know that every direct seller has to produce a bond to the consumer department, and when they get complaints like this and they fraud the public, you get the money from the insurance company under the bond. He clearly knows about this, or he is just totally ignoring what's going on in his own department. Which one is it? But he can't say he doesn't know this.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Over $500,000 have been returned to consumers over the last 5 years.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, there you go. Why didn't he just say that way back on November 25th, 2019 in answer to my question at that time? Like, why is it taking him this long? He was asked the question. He could have responded at the time, but we would like to have more details. this amount that he's mentioned is a result of the calling of these bonds, as I understand it. How many victims were compensated with this amount of money that he has just told me they have distributed?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
My door is always open if the member would like to meet with me at any time to discuss these types of issues. I provided an answer. The member clearly doesn't want to hear the answer. I provided the answer to them. It's not going to change. It's over $500,000 have been returned to individuals. What this legislation does, it provides adequate protections for Manitobans. That's what we're about. We want to make sure that Manitobans are protected against this aggressive type of selling in these neighborhoods. We have drafted this legislation based on the number of complaints that comes into the Consumer Protections Office. Our hope is that the Consumer Protections Office is able to address these types of things. Otherwise, penalties, as well as injunctions, as well as taking people to court is an option.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, this is great to know that they've recovered $500,000 for the victims. But my resident in Elmwood has not been compensated in any way whatsoever. I want to know what the rules are on these bonds. Did they, government in secret, call these bonds and then distribute the money among the limited number of victims, right, that made their complaints within a certain time period, thereby excluding all the other people? That's why I'm asking him, how many people were actually compensated? And he can clarify that by telling us when the bonds were called and what the time limitation was for making claims. Because if you don't know what the time limits are...
The Honourable Member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the CPO office investigated over 298 complaints, and they settled over 170 of those complaints.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's taken this long to get this limited response from the minister when he could have just eased his pain by giving me this answer way back in 2019. Seems like a long time ago. Why he would sit on this information this long is beyond me when he's been asked so many times. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's 5 years now into this new government, half a decade, and we're still waiting for their consumer agenda. The banning of the door-to-door sales has been done, and this is a good thing. But you know, Alberta did it first in 2016. Ontario followed in 2018. I believe Saskatchewan has legislation in effect at this point. But there's a lot of other issues that we have yet to hear.
The Honourable Member's time has expired. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. The member can come visit me anytime in my office. I'm always open. What I'm trying to get around, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker, the member seems to be very passionate about the subject. So one question I may have for the member is, if he's so passionate about this issue and he raised it, why did him and his party decide to blockade the legislature during a pandemic? With legislation like this, is important legislation for Manitobans to protect a resident, a constituent that he had mentioned, but instead the member decided to go the political route and blockade legislation before the pandemic to provide supports. That's something the member will have to talk to his constituency about.
Order! The time for questions has expired. The floor is open for debate. The member for Elmwood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I had said, that we're now 5 years into this government, and we're still waiting for their consumer agenda. They're pretty slow so far. But once again, they are now dealing with the banning of the door-to-door sales. And I indicated that they're not leaders in that area either, they're followers. And there are other consumer issues out there that are really begging for direct intervention from this government. I'm going to deal with a couple of those now. The issue of catalytic converters, I don't know whether the members are familiar with the issue with catalytic converters, but they are being stolen all over North America in increasing amounts. And when you look at the amount of money that is involved here, you'll see why. There is online a list. You can obtain this if you want to go online, which will give you the amount of money that the scrap dealers will pay for a catalytic converter. So you can decide which car, has got more value. They can go for as low as $122 to as high as $800 from a car. And so what these organized groups of criminals are doing is they're climbing under your vehicle, they're cutting out your catalytic converter, and they're selling to the scrap dealers for cash. No records are kept. Now, Manitoba is not a leader here. BC's had long-standing scrap metal legislation along these lines. Alberta passed new laws in 2020. We want to know when the province is going to take some action before the issue starts to get out of hand. So we need some new rules that will require the scrap metal dealers to keep proper records for 2 years, so only legitimate sales are allowed and criminals can be caught. So what sort of rules should we be looking at? Well, it'd be helpful to look at other provinces for starters, but sellers would have to provide government-issued photo ID. Dealers would be required to record and retain this information for 2 years in case police need it, and record details of the transaction. Require scrap metal dealers to report to police all transactions involving commonly stolen metals, including copper, and items such as catalytic converters. And by the way, all construction sites, including Manitoba Hydro sites, face the risk of thefts of this type. Payments would have to be made using traceable currencies such as electronic transfers or checks. And by the way, the catalytic converters that are part of your exhaust system, because most people don't even know what they are, they contain precious metals like rhodium, which is, by the way, $19,000 an ounce, palladium, which is $2,200 an ounce, and platinum, $1,300 an ounce. So now what happens when one of your catalytic converter gets stolen? It ends up in the scrapyard. But meanwhile, these thefts are costing consumers about $2,000 for each catalytic converter replacement. MPIC evidently charges a betterment fee for new replacements, so your insurance doesn't actually cover the cost. So if the government wants to do something, get ahead of the issue, they should be looking at introducing this type of legislation. I would encourage them to do that. Another area is the right to repair. In Europe, they have now, I guess just in recent weeks, enacted legislation to require manufacturers to make appliances that will last 10 years and can be repaired by local repair shops. And, I've had quite a few responses locally now, since we've had a couple of articles out about this issue. And there is a big demand out there for attention to this issue. So if you're tired of throwing out or replacing devices that should be easy to repair or that should be lasting a lot longer, then you would be interested in this particular issue. I mean, we do not need the landfills to be loaded with repairable appliances thrown into those landfills. A lot of us have discarded broken fridges, washers, electronic devices, when these appliances should have been repaired by a local repair shop. So by enforcing manufacturers to make products that last longer, and are repairable, we are going to be helping our local appliance shops in this province. And if you talk to any of them, they will be quite excited about this particular issue. At least so far, everybody we've talked to has been. Consumers are being forced to buy new appliances because repairing them is just too difficult. The right to repair legislation means small business repair shops will have access to manufacturers' training, the right tools, and timely access to parts, so that consumers will benefit. Consumers want the manufacturers to make products that are easy to repair at reasonable cost that last 10 years minimum. And if given the tools and resources, the repair business sector and small business can flourish, our economy and environment will be the better for it. And here's what Europe's doing. Some industries already have right to repair laws applying to them. New rules there also require manufacturers of appliances, computers, TVs, and other plug-in appliances, electronics, to build their products to last longer and provide spare parts for their machines up to 10 years. And what's happening in Canada, I think Quebec, there's activity there, but attempts to legislate in Canada have been met with strong, well-funded industry opposition by industry groups representing Apple, Panasonic, John Deere, Samsung, Microsoft, and other big tech companies, just as they did in the United States. And yet, in spite of the opposition, many manufacturers, at least 20 United States, have introduced or are debating right to repair legislation. So I think we should be looking at following Europe's example. There's a lot of activity in this area, and this is something that the government should be looking at, taking the initiative on. I mean, what we see here is a plethora of bills that are all designed with an agenda in mind, and that's fine. They were elected, and they can bring in their agenda and try to undo as much of what the NDP did over its years. But the public is not really interested in the ideological fight between the NDP and the Conservatives. They really aren't. They want to see things that work. And the government should learn before it gets booted out, because that's what's going to happen to it a lot quicker than it thinks if it keeps coming in with these kind of bills that we are listening to here one by one over all night long tonight and all night long tomorrow. They should be looking at working together with the opposition and other groups to come up with, initiatives that are beneficial to everybody on both sides. I don't see where we're going to gain by beating each other into a pulp. I've been around here too long. The minister says I've been here 90 years, and some days it feels like that. But it's not going to cost the government anything to start looking at some kind of initiatives. We talked about the United States and many, many states. If you go to the United States and you buy a car there for 20 years, 25 years, work properly, you have to take it back to the manufacturer, and they have 4 opportunities to fix it. And if they don't, they have to buy it back. Now, this is something that if you're a car dealer, you would think car dealers would support this, because this puts the onus on the manufacturer to sell products that are well built, that don't break down, that don't cause the consumer problems. But we've had experience in Manitoba in past years where the Car Dealers Association, that would normally think that this should be a positive for them, because it puts the onus on the manufacturer, General Motors and Ford and so on, they don't see this as a friendly piece of legislation. But in fact, that's what the government should be looking at. And that helps the motor dealers. Well, it helps the consumers, but it helps the motor dealers too, because
the member's time has expired. Before I move on to the next speaker, it's getting a little loud in here. It's getting a little late, and I'm getting old and I can't hear that well. So, yep. The honourable member for St. Boniface.
Thank you. I'll do what I can to be mercifully brief. There are, there seem to be some important measures in this bill. Part of the issue, I think, is that when we're talking about things like what are called strong sales tactics or high pressure sales tactics, these are really, there need to be stronger terms and stronger punishment for this. There were times I had elderly relatives who were pressured into buying stuff they didn't want, and the damage is actually goes much more than just financial. That it can really when a senior has been duped in this way, it can be really crushing psychologically. It really causes incredible damage to people, and this isn't high pressure sales. It's something much worse. It's really a kind of, this should be considered much more seriously, and there should be regular prosecutions of it. This is a form of senior abuse, and we should be on top of that. From my point of view, is the biggest concern is that I frankly cannot understand why we don't have laws in place to deal with these things. I already know that there is a law that allows Manitobans to get out of a contract within 10 days from these, but really this is more than high pressure sales tactics. This is something that needs to be cracked down on. This is verging on criminal fraud, and we need to be taking it that much more seriously. Thank you very much.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 30, the Consumer Protection Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
I hear a no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. Oh, sorry. The member for Concordia? On division. The motion is carried on division. The next bill before us is Bill number 67, the Minister of Health and Seniors Care.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Deputy Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Infrastructure, that Bill number 67, the Public Health Amendment Act, loi modifiant la loi sur la santé publique, be now read a second time and be referred to a committee of this House. Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor has been advised of the bill, and I table the message.
It is moved by the Honourable Minister of Health, second by the Minister of Infrastructure, that Bill number 67, the Public Health Amendment Act, be now read a second time and referred to the committee of this House. Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor has been advised of the bill and the message, and I table the message. So the message has been tabled. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today and put some comments on the record in respect of Bill 67, the Public Health Amendment Act. The movement of staff between personal care homes can promote the transmission of COVID-19 and increase the risk of infection with COVID-19 of residents and staff in these homes. To mitigate this risk, the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer issued public health emergency orders restricting staff movement at personal care homes, which took effect on May 1st, 2020. These orders prohibit staff working in personal care homes from working in more than one personal care home without a 14-day gap in between work assignments, with some exceptions. An order was issued under the Emergency Measures Act at the same time to deal with the employment matters arising from the public health emergency orders restricting staff movement at personal care homes. This order, the Order Re Personal Care Home Operations, requires personal care home operators to develop and implement staffing and deployment plans that are consistent with the public health emergency orders restricting staff movement at personal care homes, and enables them to change staff work assignments and shifts, defer vacations and other leaves, engage non-union staff to perform bargaining unit work, and abridge notice requirements for work deployment despite the provisions of any act, instrument, or agreement, including a collective or employment agreement. The Order Re Personal Care Home Operations cannot be extended beyond April 15th, 2021. Unfortunately, we have seen the devastating impact that COVID-19 outbreaks in personal care homes has on Manitobans residing in these homes and on staff, and the importance of implementing measures to protect them. Dr. Brent Rusin, the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer, advises that the orders restricting staff movement at personal care homes will be required to be in place beyond April 15th, 2021 to protect personal care home residents from COVID-19. Bill 67 will explicitly address the authority of the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer to issue public health emergency orders prohibiting or restricting the movement of health staff between personal care homes and other healthcare facilities and between home care and health. This authority is currently included in the more general public health emergency order, making authority that is provided to the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer in the Public Health Act. Although the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer has no plans to prohibit or restrict the movement of healthcare staff between healthcare settings beyond the current restriction on the movement of personal care home staff, the amendments will continue to enable him to make such orders if necessary in response to the COVID-19 threat. The proposed amendments will also enable the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer to make orders to address employment matters arising from public health emergency orders prohibiting or restricting the movement of healthcare staff. This authority will enable the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer to issue an order to replace the Order Re Personal Care Home Operations made under the Emergency Measures Act after this order expires on April 15th. It will also enable him to issue additional orders in this regard if additional public health emergency orders to prohibit or restrict the movement of healthcare staff beyond the current restriction on the movement of personal care home staff need to be issued in the future in response to the COVID-19 threat. Consistent with the Order Re Personal Care Home Operations, an order issued by the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer to address employment matters arising from public health emergency orders prohibiting or restricting movement of healthcare staff will take precedence over employment and collective agreements to the extent reasonably necessary to ensure that appropriate care is provided to patients and residents of healthcare facilities. As these amendments are intended to support the COVID-19 response, we have included a sunset clause where this will be repealed 1 year after they come into force. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Question period up to 15 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the Minister by any member of the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions will be asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no questions or answers shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for Union Station.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, can the Minister advise who specifically asked for this bill to be created, and is this happening in other jurisdictions?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Senior Care.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this is required to extend those requirements under the Emergency Measures Act to ensure that we don't have staff moving between personal care homes. We know what that is done in the past in many other jurisdictions. And we want to ensure, and certainly the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer wants to ensure that all Manitobans are safe. And so this will extend those orders where they couldn't be extended under the Emergency Measures Act. They'll now be extended under this piece of legislation to ensure the protection of all Manitobans.
The honourable member for River Heights.
My question to the minister is, when this talks about staff, does this refer not just to staff who are employed by the personal care home, but staff who would be agency nurses?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Senior Care.
So this would include unionized staff as well as non-unionized staff, and also staff that have been redeployed to facilities.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
So we have checked in with some unions, and they've confirmed that they weren't actually consulted in the drafting of this bill. So can the minister clarify who was consulted in the drafting of this bill, and specifically which unions, if any?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Senior Care.
I know that discussions did take place between members of staff in health, as well as the unions as well. So that's what I'm aware of.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, so as I understand it, this would not apply to an agency nurse. This seems to have been the interpretation which was used during the height of the pandemic, and it's my understanding that there were agency nurses who worked at more than one personal care home, and in at least one instance, there appears to have been evidence that that particular nurse had transmitted the infection from one home to another. So why is the minister not including agency nurses?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Senior Care.
I thank the member for the question, and certainly we want to ensure that this will apply to staff, to ensure all staff, to ensure that we don't have people moving between personal care homes. We obviously have seen what that has done in the past, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we want to ensure that and certainly the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer wants to ensure that we have the appropriate measures in place to ensure that we don't have staff going from one facility to another, to ensure that we are not spreading the COVID-19 virus between different facilities.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
The bill doesn't just speak, even though the minister has spoken really specifically to personal care homes, long-term care, the bill does identify hospitals and other facilities specifically in this bill. So what constitutes, and I quote, other facilities, that's how it's written in the legislation, what constitutes other facilities under this bill?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Senior Care.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and certainly we know that it does mention other facilities. I know that we had a question in the briefing with respect to this as well, and what we found certainly was that, just looking for this here in my notes, I do know that it's not, it's left to be more general in terms of what the other facility, what the other facilities would mean to ensure that this might be able to apply. I know there were some questions
The Honourable
around
Minister's
group home.
time is up. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
I wonder whether the minister would consider a friendly amendment that would ensure that agency nurses are included in the people who cannot work at more than one personal care home or hospital or facility.
The Honourable Minister for Health and Senior Care.
Yeah, I would just encourage the member to bring that, any type of amendment that he is considering to the committee stage.
The Honourable Member for Union Station.
I think the minister was almost getting to answering my question the last time, so I would appreciate actually if the minister wouldn't mind maybe endeavoring to provide some clarity around that beyond this forum right now. I don't want to re-ask that question when we have such limited time tonight. I would appreciate if the minister could do so. But I'm wondering if the minister can explain why this legislation is even needed to make this change. Why can't the powers under Section 67 of the current Public Health Act be used to enact a one-site rule like they have during COVID-19? That section under the current Public Health Act already exists, and the orders and the powers are already in place. So why can't they just use that?
The honourable member's time is up. The Honourable Minister for Health and Senior Care.
Just in response to the member's previous question, Council at Manitoba Justice have advised that the reference to other facility in the amendments could be applied to group homes if the order can be justified under Section 67 of the Public Health Act, as the term is not defined in the Act. However, the Chief Provincial Public Health Officer advises that he is not aware of any concerns respecting staff movement in group homes in relation to COVID-19.
The honourable member for River Heights. The honourable member for River Heights. Any more questions?
No, I have completed my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The honourable member for Union Station.
Just again, I may have missed it if the minister did clarify, but why can't the powers under Section 67 right now as they are written, because as it's already outlined in the Act, I reread it again today just to make sure, the Chief Public Health Officer could actually enact orders that are outlined in this bill. So why is this new bill being drafted when those powers already exist under the current Act?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Senior Care.
Thanks for the member for asking that question again. And certainly the current orders do not specify personal care homes within those orders, so that's what this legislation does, to include personal care homes.
The honourable member for Union Station.
Will the government provide any supports to ensure that workers who, as a result of, should they under the single site order have their hours reduced, so no longer be employed to the same level they were previously? Does the government have any plans or mechanisms in place to make sure that those workers don't lose wages?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Senior Care.
Yes, and I know the member asked this during the briefing as well, and so just to answer that, the order re personal care home operations issued under the Emergency Measures Act includes provisions to facilitate the return of affected union and non-unionized staff to their home positions. So there will be no change from that, but this will continue to include that as well.
The honourable member for Union Station. No other questions? The question before the now it's for debate. The honourable member for Union Station on the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to put a few words on the record in regards to this piece of legislation. Certainly, I can appreciate that this pandemic has forced us to, use enhanced powers to help keep citizens safe and to mitigate the transmission of this deadly virus. I do think that this bill and this piece of legislation, given the fact that the powers actually do exist under the current Public Health Act, I'm still not 100% clear as to why this piece of legislation is necessary. The powers do exist. However, I can appreciate that if in fact, this is something that was asked for and recommended by the Chief Public Health Officer, and certainly health expertise, public health expertise, if this is something that they've been calling for, which I haven't seen, but I want to believe that that if that's in fact the case, we should certainly be supporting our public health experts who've been leading us through this pandemic. The concerns that I have around this piece of legislation and that we have around this are valid concerns. They're concerns that have been brought forward by constituents who've been affected by the single site order, and will certainly be concerned as to how something like this that's enacted for a full year starting in April through April of next year, might affect their employment. Something that is really important to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that if this is a piece of legislation that's going to be enacted, if this is a step that's going to be taken, if this should come into effect for folks across the healthcare spectrum, it's so important that the government make sure that they provide the resources necessary for folks to be able to follow these orders and not lose wages, not lose income, not be able to not suffer consequences as a result of this and trying to keep people safe, but maybe lose the ability to adequately provide for themselves or their families due to lost wages, due to lost hours. The other concern is making sure that the employers who may have to get creative about how they make sure their employees do have the same amount of hours and earn the same amount of pay, that those employers, when we transition out of this order, when this order expires and we transition out of this pandemic, that those employers are in fact ensuring that there's work stability and security for those workers, that they are going to go back to what they expect in terms of their employment conditions and their agreements, and not have any concern that as we transition out of this order and out of this pandemic, that suddenly they're left without the means that they had previously. Foundationally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the last thing I'll kind of touch on here for a point is that it is so important that this government match the ways in which workers have stepped up during this pandemic. It's not good enough to outline legislation or enact orders and ask people to go above and beyond and do what they need to do, make huge changes within their family structures in order to meet those orders and those calls to rise to this challenge. The government has to provide the tools that people need so that they can do so safely and appropriately, including access to PPE, including access to the training that they need so that when they're going to these one sites, which for some folks, Mr. Deputy Speaker, may not be the place that they are working most often, that they're equipped with what they need in order to do the job well, safely, and respectfully. And so it's also important that we're making sure employers have what they need to provide the resources for those staff and the training for those staff. And that's where we saw a big gap during this pandemic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We saw that, in fact, employers did not have those resources, and we saw some of those challenges in long-term care homes and the devastating outcomes of that. So, my last point is just that this government, I see in this legislation is trying to make sure that we're mitigating the spread of this deadly virus and keeping folks safe, but they have to be willing to address things at a preventative level and adequately resource these workers with fair pay, compensation, and the tools and the equipment they need to do their job safely, and make sure that they're protected as we transition out of this pandemic. Thank you.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to make comments in two particular areas. First of all, that when this public health measure was initially implemented, that it became apparent that some of the personal care homes were employing primarily part-time workers and others were employing primarily full-time workers. And that the major problem was with personal care homes who were employing mostly part-time workers because they needed to get enough income in order to be able to support themselves and their families, and that it was apparent that it would have been better to have a structure that encouraged or mandated that personal care homes have primarily full-time employment instead of having part-time employment. And clearly, for a number of reasons, having employees who are full-time at personal care homes is beneficial. I mean, they have become much more knowledgeable about, used to the residents there, and particularly when one is working with residents who are elderly and may have some level of dementia, it is very, very helpful to have people who are there consistently rather than a lot more people who are there just part-time. So I think that the minister needs to consider and work with the personal care homes to try and see if all personal care homes could move to a situation where they're employing people primarily full-time, because this would be better for residents and I believe better for the employees, providing greater satisfaction and a job that they believe strongly in. So I think that in addition to making this public health rule, the government needs to look at the structure of how they support and finance and work with personal care homes to see if a solution can be found so that personal care homes would be employing primarily people who are full-time. I believe that some private sector homes may tend to employ people part-time to get around some of the need to provide benefits and feel that this is a cheaper way to do it. But I think that what we need to do is to look at the quality of care that is provided and the quality of care that is given and the relationships that are present with the staff and the residents. The second point I want to make is that it became apparent during the height of the pandemic that one of the things that was happening was that people who were agency nurses, contracted nurses, would be working at more than one facility, and that sometimes this may have been contributing to the transmission of the coronavirus, COVID-19 virus. And so I believe, and I will put forward an amendment. It will probably, because of our status, have to be a report stage amendment, but I will put forward an amendment which will try to provide that stipulation that agency nurses or contracted nurses are included in those who are not able to work in more than one a facility at a time without having quarantined or had a 2-week period when they weren't working in a personal care home in between, in order to make sure that the likelihood of transmission is much less. Again, in the experience and the comments that I have received from family members, they tell me that the full-time employees who get to know the residents are a big advantage, because that knowing the residents makes a big difference in the ease of care, in the quality of care, and that having personal care homes hiring lots of agency nurses is often a problem because the residents are not familiar with them. And I think that if we can move to the extent that's possible to more full-time nurses and without having to rely to the extent that we have on agency nurses, but put this limit on agency nurses being able to work only at one personal care home, or not going to another personal care home until they have actually quarantined satisfactorily in between working at one and another. So those are my comments on this bill. We will support this bill because we believe that it is an important step, but hope that it can be enhanced so that contracted agency nurses are included in those who are not able to work at more than one personal care home without having a 2-week gap in between. Thank you.
The question before the House is second reading of Bill number 67, the Public Health Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed.
No, I hear no. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The opposition House Leader?
On division.
On division. The motion is carried on division. So now we'll go on to Bill number 58, the Bill number 58, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Amendment Act, and the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister for Sport, Culture and Heritage, that Bill number 58, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Amendment Act, be now read a second time, be referred to a committee of this House.
It has been moved by the Honourable Member for Justice, seconded by the Honourable Member for Sports, Culture and Heritage, that Bill number 58, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Amendment Act, be now read a second time and referred to the committee of this House. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. By my count, we've got about 29 more bills to go this evening, so we better speed things up here. So I'll try to keep my comments for this bill brief. I'm pleased to put some comments on the record in respect of Bill 58, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Amendment Act. Manitoba has some very significant criminal property forfeiture rules in place that allow us to seize assets, cash, proceeds of crime when crime has taken place. Investments. We have over time been strengthening the criminal property forfeiture system, and it is Manitobans and victims of crime who have benefited. Yet even now, we believe that changes are possible to strengthen further the framework we have in this province to be able to keep Manitobans safer. So a few changes are proposed here and presented to the legislature for debate. Under current law, forfeiture proceedings begin before a person may be required to answer questions about property that's believed to be an instrument of unlawful activity. The bill contains provisions to allow the court to make two new types of orders before forfeiture proceedings begin. So for discussion and debate is a preliminary preservation order. The purpose of such an order is to prevent a person from disposing of property if the court is satisfied that there's a serious issue to be tried in forfeiture proceedings. So it essentially, it shifts activity. And it says that a preservation order, and of course we have preservation orders now, but a preservation order may be used before the statement of claim. And what this does is it goes to speed. It allows people to interrupt the process by which someone might choose to liquidate assets or move property. There's another order, a preliminary disclosure order. And what this order does is it requires a person to answer questions related to how they acquired property. So some jurisdictions refer to this as a rule about unexplained wealth. And in essence, in Manitoba until now, as good as our rules are, if we had pulled over a suspected criminal and we had had them at the roadside and police officers had been to that scene, and they had perhaps had rolls of 20s in the back seat amounting to $100,000. It was really, the onus was on the courts later. The onus was on the officers to determine whether somehow that met the threshold of criminality. This shifts the bias. The preliminary disclosure order requires the person to answer questions about unexplained wealth. If a person who earns $30,000 a year lives in a place that costs $5 million, it can be legitimate. It can be legitimate. But sometimes the proceeds of crime are used to purchase property. And so in this case, it causes that person to have to answer questions, and then an adjudication happens to determine whether there is the suspicion of criminality. Besides this, of course, I would want to indicate that the bill clarifies some presumptions. The court is to presume, unless the contrary is proven, that cash that is found in close proximity to a controlled substance, or if cash is bundled in a manner that makes it clear that it's not conventional, well, that should be presumed to be the unlawful activity, presumed to be the proceeds of unlawful activity. Also, presumptions that a vehicle that is used to flee from a peace officer, or a vehicle that contains restricted or prohibited firearms, or controlled substances, or maybe a vehicle that has a concealed container or compartment. Those things should be understood to be an instrument of unlawful activity unless proven otherwise. So these presumptions help police because they can be at a scene, they can be trying to assess a situation, and yet until now, the law has not helped them to be able to make what we believe are reasonable determinations about criminality. The court also presumes, unless the contrary is proven, that the property that was the subject of a preliminary disclosure order is liable to be forfeited if the person did not provide all of the information required to be disclosed by the court under the order. So that also goes to the forfeit in the case of unexplained wealth. And finally, there's a provision here that goes to disclosure that indicates that when it comes to financial institutions, that the financial institution should be compelled to allow a director to collect information about a person's accounts and dealings when there are reasonable grounds to suspect that the person that the property of the person is an instrument or proceeds of unlawful activity. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this helps us to then clarify that in the past in this province and others, financial institutions have been invited to share information. This would be the most significant legislation of its type, whereby we would essentially compel banking institutions to provide, at a threshold determination, information about an individual's holdings at that institution. And then, of course, this bill also contains some offenses and penalties. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we know that our rules in this province are good. We know that people work hard to make sure that those who commit crimes don't profit from those crimes, and organized crime is held to account. But we can do more. We can do better. And so I commend these amendments to the legislature and ask that others will support these things. I'll end by saying this. Some of these measures are designed to reflect the advances of technology. And with banking that is online, and with smartphones on which you can do all of your banking, we must also become more sophisticated as criminals are becoming more sophisticated. It does not help us to be at a roadside attempting to apprehend an individual and have them first moving large sums of money on their smartphone before they actually succumb to arrest. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to keep up. We believe that this legislation allows us to keep up. It allows police and courts to move more quickly to ensure that illegal proceeds of crime cannot be moved and hidden prior to commencing proceedings. The change will put Manitoba at the forefront of addressing organized crime and money laundering. Ultimately, this protects our communities. It ensures criminals do not benefit from criminal activity. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Question period up to 50 minutes will be held. Questions may be addressed to the minister and any of by any members of the following sequence. First question by the official opposition critic or designate. Subsequent questions be asked by each independent member. Remaining questions asked by any opposition members, and no questions or answers shall exceed 45 seconds. The honourable member for St. John's.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the minister tell us how this bill will actually reduce crime and benefit marginalized Manitobans?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
This bill does not speak to reducing crime. This bill speaks to the fact that crime and organized crime is becoming increasingly sophisticated in our communities, and that the proceeds of crime grow, and that we need as a society greater means to be able to recoup, to recover, to reclaim those amounts, and not to allow criminals to profit. That's what this bill seeks to do.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the minister, one thing we can be sure about this bill, remembering that we are dealing with people who have not been convicted, is that there will be property taken away from innocent people. There's just no doubt that this is going to happen. So what is the procedure if property is taken away from an innocent person, and this takes months or a year or two sometimes to work its way through the court before there's a final decision of the court? What happens to the property? What happens to that individual who is...
The honourable member's time is up. The honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, first of all, I would have appreciated from the member an acknowledgement that these are reasonable amendments that that seek to do right by Manitobans. I would have expected an acknowledgement of some sort that we are plowing millions of dollars back into services in the community, including victim services. Without that acknowledgement, though, I will say to the member, remember that in all cases, these preliminary preservation orders and disclosure orders still rely on courts to do determinations on the basis of evidence. So I would say to him, we have confidence in the courts, and in the case of a miscarriage of justice, of course, properties and materials would be returned.
The honourable member for St. John's.
Well, we do know that there are often opportunities or incidents where innocent people are falsely and wrongly accused of doing things. And so to follow up with the member for River Heights question, this bill will inevitably, for sure, punish innocent people and take away property. And so an example is, let's say somebody is driving a mom's car or an auntie's car or whatever. You're inherently punishing a family member or whoever it may be that has nothing to do with anything. And so again, I guess the question that wasn't really answered is how is the minister going to protect innocent Manitobans?
The honourable Minister for Justice.
The member seems to be implying that if someone who is not a party to a crime is somehow traveling in a vehicle which was the proceeds of crime, that article, in this case like a car or something, should be left there because they were an innocent bystander. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is designed to make sure that criminals who have profited from crime, from atrocious crimes, don't profit. And so it seeks to recoup the properties that someone can plow into real estate, into real property, into cash, Bitcoin, other holdings, houses, and those kind of things. And so we're confident these measures will do that. The member speaks about the exceptions.
We're speaking time is up. The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I'd ask the minister, who's very convinced of the merits of his bill, why it's not possible to wait for until somebody is convicted before seizing property.
The honourable Minister for Justice.
The member is correct. We do have confidence in the merits of this legislation. The reason that we don't wait is that the advice of the department, the advice through their stakeholder consultations, the advice through the police services is that things move very quickly when arrest is imminent. We have, just in the very recent past here in Manitoba, some organized stings that recouped millions and millions of dollars. But at that moment when the operation happens, amounts, monies, properties can all trade and move very quickly. And we want to interrupt that cycle to be able to make sure that crime does not profit in that way.
The honourable member for St. John's.
But why is the minister sponsoring a bill that would see Manitobans who come into contact with the police in a myriad of different ways? Why would the minister get up in this chamber and sponsor a bill that will consider people guilty before even any charges or before they come to the court? Why would he do that to Manitobans? Why assume immediately that Manitobans are guilty?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
The member uses an interesting phrase, come into contact with the police. The fact of the matter is that if you are a criminal perpetrating criminal acts in Manitoba, it is our desire that you come into contact with the police. That is the intent of this bill, so that police have the right mechanisms to be able to make sure that if there's $100,000 in 20s rolled up in the back seat and they say, well, it was a gift from an auntie, that we can test that assertion. It may be a gift from their auntie, but what this does is it compels them to provide a compelling explanation as to why they're carrying $100,000 in rolled up bills in the back seat from their auntie.
The honourable member for River Heights.
Yeah, I'd like to explore a little bit more the restoration of property. What are the procedures that are taken if a mistake has been made? If somebody has lost the use of their, vehicle, for example, and are unable to work as a result of it, this has got major, ramifications for the ability of an individual to continue to hold a job, to earn an income. And so it's not just the loss of the property, it is a loss of...
The member's time is up. The Honourable Minister for Justice.
So the member seems to be asking about court recourse. And of course there's recourse. Recourse exists, the opportunity for redress exists within our system. Convictions are overturned in our system through an appeal process. None of the mechanisms that we are describing today in this bill undertake to remove those natural courses of appeal that exist in our system. But the member continues to speak of the exceptions. We speak about the rule, and then we also know that there's always that threshold for determination of suspicion of criminality.
The honourable member for St. John's.
I want to go back to the minister's previous answer to my question when he notes that I had spoken about coming into contact with the police, and he said that that's what they're trying to do. He clearly doesn't understand that when an individual says coming into contact with the police, it means explicitly the over-policing of certain communities. That's actually what that means when you say coming into contact with the police. It means that there are communities within Manitoba, within Winnipeg, across Canada, that are over-policed and have more opportunity to come into contact with the police and thus be charged. That's what we're talking about. While he wants more individuals to come into contact with police, time is up. We want the reverse here.
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
The member says that she would like less people to come into contact with the police. I would answer it the following way. If there is a person who is profiting financially from sexual trafficking, if there's a person in our community who is profiting financially by running illicit drugs in our communities, if there's a person who's profiting with gangs by inflicting damage and harm on others, we want those persons to come into contact with the police.
The honourable member for River Heights.
I have a concern that in a society where, sadly, individuals who are BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, tend to be singled out too often as involved with criminal activity, and that this bill has the potential to be taking property primarily from people who may be marginalized. And I would ask the minister, does taking property include taking someone's house on occasion?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
I would require the member to rephrase the question.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
Again, the minister has gotten up all night and all since we've gotten back here and put legislation in the queue, in the legislative queue here, that is actually aimed at harming communities that are the most powerless and the most marginalized, and people that are racialized on a daily context. And he seems to think that the people that are profiting from the sexual exploitation of women or men or children or doing other things don't come into contact with the police. Inevitably, those folks will come into contact with the police. But what we're saying here is that this bill sets
The
up...
Honourable Member's time is up. The Honourable Minister for Justice.
There was no question posed.
The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I'm understanding that in some United States and cities, almost all of the seizures under acts like this are in low-income neighborhoods, from people who, are most in need of help and understanding instead of people who are necessarily of criminal intent. But I come back to the question I asked: can a house be seized as property under this act?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
I'm not sure where the member is taking that information from when he makes that statement. I'm hoping that the member can back up such a statement with data and statistics. It's not a statement that I've come across. To his question, yes, the bill makes clear that assets that are the proceeds of crime can be seized.
The Honourable Member for St. John's.
I'm curious if the minister knows, which I'm going to submit to the House, probably not, what this bill, the impact that this bill will have on BIPOC communities in Manitoba.
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Our government respects the role that our police and law enforcement agencies undertake every day to keep Manitobans safe. This bill does not speak to things, subjects like race and color and creed, as the member is speaking to. This bill speaks to the fact that we do not want criminals to profit from criminal activity. So I continue to focus on the bill, and other members continue to focus on other things. But the bill is designed to make sure that criminals don't profit from criminal activity. And to the extent that we are able, I believe we're compelled in society to make sure that we give police the tools that they need to make sure that we can seize assets that are the proceeds of crime.
The Honourable Minister's time is up. The Honourable Member for River Heights.
Yeah, I wonder to the minister if a house or a car is seized, and this has major implications for the ability of an individual to work or to live. Will there not only be return of the property, but will there be reparations made for the damage to the life of an individual who is affected if that individual is innocent?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
In just a matter of days, our government is going to announce a new set of investments back into our Manitoba community that come from exactly this program, the Criminal Property Forfeiture Program. I want members to know that that program does not just go to fund police activities, it goes to fund victims of crime activities. That means that we are reinvesting amounts into Manitoba with Indigenous organizations, with downtown Winnipeg organizations, with rural and northern organizations. So exactly those groups, organizations, populations that the members are raising concerns about, it's exactly where these proceeds of crime are going to invest to create good community enterprise.
The honourable member's time is up. Time for question periods has expired. Now we'll recognize the honourable member for St. John's on the debate.
Well, we have 4 minutes until midnight. I could, try to deconstruct everything that the minister's put on the record in his answers right now, which, while the minister is saying that he's focused on giving police the tools to do what they need in respect of criminals, he fails to recognize that Bill 58 will have harms on Black, Indigenous, and POC communities and citizens in Manitoba, because the reality is that Indigenous, Black, and POC citizens are over-policed within our system. And so this bill will aim to, render these citizens guilty, take what they need to take from them, and then put them in the system to try and get back whatever property they may have. It's constructing Black, Indigenous, and POC as already guilty. The only thing I'm going to say in my last couple of minutes here is that the minister has said that the proceeds of crime go back into the community and are supposed to go and fund victim services, but they also go to policing institutions. That's why, and I don't know if Manitobans know that out of the criminal forfeiture dollars, policing institutions can apply for dollars like new vests, like the Winnipeg Police Service has done, cameras, like the Winnipeg Police Service has done. Policing institutions can apply for those dollars. That's why I introduced Bill 209. And Bill 209 would legislate that all of the proceeds that are in the criminal forfeitures dollars, actually all of those dollars would go to community organizations. And so that you would be pouring those dollars back into the community and help to have different programming for youth or whatever the different programming may be. But certainly I think that if the minister is serious in his last answer about giving those dollars to community organizations, then he should stand up in the House and he should talk to his cabinet and say, you know what, Bill 209 is a good bill and we're going to support it so that we can ensure that every single penny that that's garnered from criminal forfeitures goes back into the Indigenous, Black, and POC community so that we can fund important programming. And I don't know if the minister is going to do that because, as I've said repeatedly tonight and other nights, what we've seen from this minister is a sweep of legislation that is meant to further criminalize and marginalize and put into contact with the police, Black, Indigenous, and POC communities. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, that's what you get when you elect a conservative, raise your rates, police, so that you are over.
Before the House, the honourable member for St. John's will have 7 minutes remaining. The hour being 12 midnight. The House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 10 p.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. 10 p.m. 10 p.m.